And for the last time of the season, you saw the trailer of the 19th season. I'm Chris Romano, and this is the last race of season number 19, with the 20th coming shortly. Welcome here this afternoon. We are here for the 6 hour of the Nürburgring. It is the same layout as the Pro Series, but without the North Life. Only the GP circuit for the 6 hours of this afternoon. I will be doing the start and the first 2 hours, and then Olaf and John will come after me to complete the race. I hope everyone will have a wonderful time in these 6 hours. This is a great endurance weekend, without mentioning the fact that Fuji just happened, and please don't spoil it. I have it recorded, I just have to keep on watching it. But from what I know, it was a wonderful race, and I hope this one will be the same, even for this race. Ironically, the duration is the same, 6 hours. So 6 hours of racing, and we are in quite effectively. To be fair, it's been also a great endurance weekend because of the NLS, the North Life Langraken series, in which a certain Dutchman and a certain sim racer were racing in the NLS 9 in prospect for what it is next season and the 24 hour of the Nürburgring. So again, a lot of racing, a lot of endurance racing, and ironically we are on the very same spot. We are in the Nürburgring, but as I said earlier, without the North Life. Now, just a couple of seconds that everything gets set up with the free practice that will be over in a couple of minutes. But in any case, what are the results and the standings? Well, the standings are these ones here. We start with the GT4 overall, the Kite Racing team ahead by about 900 points, and the moment not really looking behind. Apex Predator Racing team and Kalala Racing following second and third with 4 club bushels in 4th and 5th. So this means that the Factory Kite Racing team wins the championship, and I will do the price projection later, as we go now with the GT3 standings. So these are the GT3, not refreshing. These are the GT3s with Simersi and Dosbe Balminia ahead with 8600 points, and Team 42 follows with half, not even half of that. So definitely this has been a wonderful season for the German team in the yellow Aston, and probably to another one into season 20. Do not expect anything less from them. Okay. Let's see if everything works. And the answer is probably. Every time it's a bit of a, okay, yeah, free practice is about to be over, and the liveries are working, and ACC TV is working. Maybe finally after 12 weeks something can work at the first try. It will be amazing. And I great okay, never mind. I just fumbled it. So these were the prices for this. I literally said it, and as soon as I said it, something was wrong. So these were the prices since the seasons are all over. Only ACC Drive, the endurance season remains, but to be fair, this is more of an off round than a championship round, considering both championships are over. So in the GT3 series, in the Sigma GT3 series, the winner of the championship received an M-Pro LFM edition set of gloves, and there was a raffle for 2 lucky drivers with M2Xs. Ghost Tap's GT3 Sprint Series offered the first place driver a 3-month subscription, and there was a raffle for the top 50, 5 winners for a monthly subscription. GT4 Series, brought to you by Paddock Legends, had a 50 euros coupon for the winner, and there were 2 coupons, 25 euros and 10 euros for everyone that participated in it. And as I said, ACC Drive provided the winner 10 lifetime licenses. But this is without mentioning the winners in the Kskin.de, because these were the prices for the Kskin.de. There were 2,500 euros cash for the winner, brought by Fanatec, an LGT Pro bundle from Next Level Racing. The whole bundle, everything is included. And for third place, PXN had the privilege to give the finishing podium sitter €1,000 cash from PXN. Now I could tell you who won the race. I literally have the standings there. But I won't. If you want to know who won the race, because it was a tie until the very last moment, there is the VOD on both YouTube and Twitch. So be sure to check it out, because it was an amazing race brought by John Wright, your favorite Scottish commentator. It's all there on both YouTube, well, on Twitch for 2 weeks, but it's on YouTube for, well, forever. So have a look at it, because it was an amazing race and an amazing end of the championship. Now, the voice was gone for a moment. Now, back to my sector. Okay, now it works. So back to this one here, as we go live. You briefly saw screen, and we're here for the Endurance Series. 18 minutes to go in the qualifying, and I'm quite sure that nobody still set a lap. Well, obviously nobody set a lap. They still have to even start the lap, some of them. Now Andre Castro 112, but I wanted to at least start with one of the usual cars. I will go here for close quarter racing, that is just starting the lap in the Bentley. So we'll go with the lap inside the British brick. With close quarter racing, Kevin Maniram will start in the 104 his lap. Turn number 1, you tend to brake at around 70 meters, a very narrow first turn. You don't go on the left as you would in an NLS, you go into the Mercedes Arena. Couple of corners here, all left-handers. You have to go into second, maybe first, in this case first, but first gear may ruin your run if you have a very loose setup. You tend to go in second too, very much on the right to take out the cones which are already gone, and then it's an S, left and then right, over the curb on the left side, and into the hairpin, into the Dunlop hairpin, which is used in the Falcon Drift Series, usually during the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. It's a bit of a pre-show of the race, and then into the Schumacher S, very close to the gravel to get the best speed possible, and you brake over the AstroTurf about 100 meters prior, left and right, as Lucas Rode sets a 53.990. And the final part of the circuit, we go into the final chicane. There are a couple of cars in the middle, 75 meters, no, he brakes way late, 60 meters in this case. Then the final hairpin. Oh, that was a GT4, the 401 going for the lap, just as Maniram was about to finish his own, and that was second place, 54.1. I will rule out the possibility that the Aston Martin GT4 effectively ruined the Maniram's lap. In any case, Lucas Rode, CMRC, and Weber Armenia at this point, it's not even a surprise that this team can provide and can deliver an optimum performance. Welcome, Tom, the stream. This is the only available stream this afternoon. There isn't a German stream, this is only the British speaking one, and so no Spanish and also no German. It's only here for today. Again, 6 hours, and in 15 minutes we will know who will be ahead of the others. Speaking of GT4, at the moment Florian and Mathiol just set the 409, and never mind, because I actually jumped one car. It was the 401 I wanted to point out, currently leading in the GT4 field. Timo Krobler, the Callet Racing team, with a 205.5. GT4s need to wait some time to hit the tires, so at the moment the times are still loose in the GT4 field. Lucas Rode just set another lap. It is a 52.9. It was an improvement for Max in the Alfa Racing team, but the McLaren is still second, the 53.5. Kevin Mayram about to improve, but it won't be an entire second. It will be in the order of the temps. As Mayram goes a bit slow into the hairpin. Matter of fact, he lost some time, 54.1 at the finish line. Sebastian Reichel goes over the line to put the car to stay, actually, in 16th. He narrowly improved, but the BMW from Asphalt High, yes, is now in a bit of a sea of cars, as Anatoly Chris in third place at the moment in the 105 with a 53.6. Team 32. This car had quite some luck in the last two races, and with some luck I mean everything that could have happened. Honestly, it was definitely an eventful 6 hours in total in the last two races. I don't think that car has seen so many incidents like in any conceivable same amount of time, because I saw that car involved in an numerous amount of incidents, and every time it was mostly an innocent fart, the one of Kritin, always involved in something else, not of his own. Pretov goes 8th for Naked Demons, 54.4, as Lucas Rode at this point has a impressive advantage. Stefan Bimolzar at this point is a 13th, but he is improving. 107 for Pit Speed Racing, from 56 to a 54. Now a second behind the current pole seater. 54.0 for the 107. And Kritin also about to conclude this lap, 53.6 the last time around. It's not really that far. If he completes the lap, he is not really that far away from Lucas Rode. Matter of fact, he goes in second with a 53.2, only 3 times behind, and they could still compete for a pole, to be fair. It's not really that far away. Rovenko in the Honda. In the European setting, there is very little interest in this car, being driven only in the British GT, and apparently here, as a national racing team, Victor Rovenko, 4th place at the moment with a 53.8 and improving. Petrov also improving and about to complete the lap. Can the 118 get to a better placement than the 9th, as he goes over the final hairpin? To put the car in 6th place with a 54.0. Okay, Kevin Mayram still trying to get the job done. 9th place, 4th place now with a 53.5. So as the time goes by, 10 minutes to go, so still half of the time remains. The car is now in 4th, as Viktor Rovenko sets the 3rd fastest time, 53.3 for the Honda, the 117. Remember that the number represents the strength against the field, so theoretically that car should have been 17th by now, and it's actually 3rd. Compared to Ivan Lopez in a 1-1 in 21st place, and he will remain in 21st place, even by improving the time by 7 times. Still not enough to jump a couple of places. Mieti Youth now leading with a 0.3.6 and disappearing from screen for a moment. Okay, no, he just appeared. So Matthew Hughes at the moment has a 0.3.6 just in front of Timo Krobler and Albert Wessler in the 3rd place at the moment, with Glenn Selke in the BMW, in the old BMW M4. Then Sonny Pellecher is now in 28th place overall, which is 5th in class. But in the GT4 field nobody is improving at the moment. A lot of cars in the GT3 field that currently are sitting in the pits, as NTMX 5th place for Max in McLaren. Benson Liao, 5-star racing in the Heart of Racing livery. It could be jumping a lot of places. At the moment he is improving a lot, 6 tenths below himself. That will put the car in and around 7th place. But the question is, can he maintain it? Although I can see the car is slightly lagging. Hopefully I'm not lagging. Seven minutes yet to go in the qualifying session. Yeah, at the moment can still improve, obviously, as he goes over the Coca-Cola curve. To number 15. And across the line, that's actually a huge jump for Benson Liao. 6th place at the moment for the Aston Martin driver. Alongside him, Ho Akasha. Now there are a couple of teams that are solo driving for the whole 6 hours. Andrei Kritin is one of them, Kevin Maniram is the other, and Viktor Rovenko is in 4th. And yeah, all of the three are one after the other. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if they can keep up the pace with the teams that have chosen a more common approach as to switching drivers in the middle of the race. Now currently a lot of GT3s that are about to start their final attempt. The same is in GT4, so everyone in these last 5 minutes, everyone is going to put everything on the racetrack. It's going to be extremely beneficial for some, because we could see some heavy jumps simply because of luck. If certain teams haven't been able to put together a lap because there was traffic ahead, at the final moments, many teams actually sit in the pits. So if they just wait enough, they may find a clear lap. But the issue is that that's the only chance for them. Whoever chooses this strategy. Quite a handful of cars currently on a valid lap time. We got Stefan Vimosar being one of them. The car is in 8th at the moment, but you can see the issue. I don't think this lap will be, yeah, matter of fact, that's the lap gone for Vimosar. As he encountered Mercedes ENG GT4. And so the lap is nullified quite instantly. Because it was improving, unfortunately, so nothing else is going to come out of that lap. Kirill Petrov, the same boat, he is improving, but there is traffic on his way, and more importantly, all the cars ahead are also on a valid lap time. As Daniel Kitsune for Team Purple Deluxe, 407 is about to cross the line. Last lap it was 7.0, the best lap 6.6. This lap is an improvement, but only 6.4, so he will remain in the 31st place. Pascal Kozubek for Kozubek Racing Team in the Good Smile Racing Aston Martin with Hatsune Miku on the side. And that's going to be an improvement. 55.4, Kozubek goes in 20th place. Rode chooses to sit and watch because his qualifying session is over. He can't improve anymore. Cretin has 2 shots available. Maniram, probably only 1, because this is not a great lap at the moment. Unless he improves at the very final part of this lap. I can notice that Richard Seifert, Apex Predator Sim Racing, 10th place at the moment, 54.1, the best lap for the Porsche driver. And the 108 is now sitting in 10th place, with only 100 seconds to go. And whoever crosses the line now, well, it was like this for the past 20 seconds, but whoever crosses the line, that's a final attempt for everybody that crosses the line. Seifert probably won't be able to improve, but the car behind, the 107, actually is. 3 attempts, now 2, could be enough to jump a couple of places, only 1, 53.7 for Vimosar. And he overtakes Andras Knopf. So the 107 now in 7th place. Situation in the lower class is pretty much the same as in GT3. Matthew Hughes sitting in the pits and... okay, never mind. Maybe. But he is continuing pole by 4 attempts with a 3.6. Klobert is still trying, but he's 4 times down. Again, with a 4.0. With a 0.4. Then Albert Wesker follows with a 0.4.6. As I'm looking around to search for a car, so apparently Paul Moritz could jump a couple of places. The 111 currently in 14th place, and Apex Predator Sim Racing, this time the Ferrari driver, is going quick enough for 12th place. So So triple one will be in 12th. Daniel Pereira in the Lusitania by PT Pro, currently improving a lot. And he could jump in 11th by the end of the lap. As he goes over the final chicane. Oh, unfortunately not, never mind. It just went wide. And so the lap is not a valid one, and he will remain in 14th place. So no improvement for him. Pascal Kozubek, the other side of the wall, comes across the line to remain in 20th place without an improvement. And only one car remains on track that is also improving. And it's the 109. Benson Liao in 6th place at the moment. 53.6 was his best lap, and a single 10th could actually give him 5th place. The answer is the answer to our question will be given in about 10 seconds, as Jason goes past the Coca-Cola curve, and he will improve, but not enough. Definitely not enough. And 53.6 will just be enough for 6th place. Now let me just go into the grid. Probably in a couple of seconds it will be set, but we will see the 101 Simmersi Barbamania starting the race. I don't have to do double comeback like Watkins. For the show, it's just for the show. Don't you want to be part of the stream? Like actively be part of the stream? On the bright side, if you do a comeback run, you get shown more on TV, and your livery gets shown more, and your sponsors get shown more. No, not like this. Okay. Trying to use the NASCAR strategy. Anyway, now into the grid. Hopefully working. Yeah, it is working. The 101 will start with Lucas Rode and Sebastian Stenner in first place. Team 32 with Natalie Cruisin alone in position number 2, and then Kevin Manila in the Bentley. For some reason, that's not the correct view. Oh no, that's me actually. I apologize. The Honda will start in 4th place, and Mattia Max in 5th with Robert Klein in Alfa Racing Team. Hoa Akasha and Benson Liao, 5-star Racing in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and Stefan Vimos are in the Pit Speed Racing Porsche. Sven Freitag will be his teammate. Anders Knopf in the 110 McLaren, alongside John Herazer for SG Indu Performance. And then in 9th place, Vladimir Samael and Kirili Petrov in the Naked Demons McLaren, this yellow livery. Richard Seifert, Apex Predator Sim Racing, and Alexander Mari in 10th place. Claudio Zazza, the Italian, will start in the Zazza Racing Team in 11th place in a plain white Ferrari. Falk Moritz and Yanis Galsel, Apex Predator Sim Racing AM. And following it is Stefan No, Florian Boast and Benjamin Rach in the Apex Predator Sim Racing BMW in 14th place. In 14th place, Andre Castro, Daniel Pereira and Jose Mendes in the Lusitania by PT Pro, being followed by Vincent Mittler and Luca Braschke, the Strider Motorsport Ferrari. That's 15th place. 16th for Sam Fact and Marco Warbusch in the Team AMR Germany. And then 17th place for Strider Motorsport Porsche. Johannes Meyer and Lorenz Wagner will start in 17th place, with Sasha Wittig in the Calet Racing Team, solo driving for the whole 6 hours. Martin Smith, the Canadian, will start in the America United Racing in 19th place, and the completely top 20 Kozubek Racing Team with Stefan and Pascal Kozubek in the Guzman Racing livery. Sebastian Reichel and Uwe Endolin in a pretty pink BMW asphalt tire. That's the team's name. In Ivan Lopez in the North Racing team, the Mustang in a 1-2-1 will start in 22nd place. 23rd for Samir Foch in the quite Mimi livery. And Tom Winch is your pole sitter in GT4, Apex Predator Racing team with Emmett Hughes and Aaron Reigns. The Ginetta will start in front of Daniel Dörr, Timo Krobler, Tobias Lundberg and Michael Mears in the Khaled Racing team Aston Martin. 4 drivers for the team. Albert Wessler and Marcello Panettas in the DASA team. Glenn Selker in the Racehouse Esports in the 403 BMW. And Sonny Parker in the Cayman for Quetzalito in the 406 Porsche. Kai Schmitti, Stefan Buster, Nicole Sini and René Zainas in the Kisbet Performance in a wrong number, the 283. Florian Mazziol and Navid Eshmati in the Khaled Racing team in the 30th place. The 410 of Makoto Kobayashi will start for Celestia Sphere in the 31st place. And then we got the final row. Christoph Noss, Daniel Kitsune and Mavus Bavus in the Team Purple Deluxe Mercedes. And then ending the grid, Team PWR with Silazan. Oh, there was another car. Loshi Racing. Williuk Loran. And okay, so 2 cars are missing. Yeah, okay, that was pretty odd. So two cars are effectively missing. I was searching for 2 other cars, but they just weren't there. So already some trouble because 2 cars are missing. The problem is that the 283 is not a valid number, and so I'm pretty sure I know what's the issue for the car in 29th place at the moment, and probably we'll see them retire after the first driver swap, because that may mean that they entered with the wrong driver at the start, and if that's so, well, usually the number doesn't get glitched out. Hi Olaf. See you for it's going to be for the final time this season. Well, not the final time in general. For the final time this season, it will be the start of the endurance round number 12, week number 12, season number 19. And then there is going to be the one-offs. Every info is on the LFM website. There is currently multi-class at Watkins Glen, Porsche Cup and GT2 and Misano, and Circuit Paul Ricard Primetime Free-to race. Everything is on the website. We are mentioning that the registration is open for the 24 hour of the Nürburgring, in which I hope I will see many names, because it's going to be GT3, GT4s and the M2 competition. But speaking of endurance, as we now approach and pass turn 15 and going over the start finish line for the last time, we're going to see green lights at the ACC Drive Endurance Series. And it's green light, and away we go. It was a very nice start by both Rode and Kritin, a bit less by the Bentley, who already lost the place. Oh, it was actually an incredible start for Kritin, who jumped for a brief moment Lucas Rode, although side by side they're free wide in 5th place with a couple of cars that made contact, but nothing too much to worry about. It was just a tiny bit of contact. The Bentley is back in 3rd place, Kevin Maneram then back in 4th, being overtaken by Victor Rovenko. There is a car off, actually there are a lot of cars off, a lot of contact, and I can see some yellow flags. Sasha Wittig and Sam Factor were involved in an incident, so we will see that in a replay afterwards. The 2 cars are now at the very tail end of the entire field. And Aston Martin of Benson Liao is now in 6th place as Kevin Maneram gets back 3rd. on the outside of Honda. Now can Maniam keep the position into the hairpin, into Dunlop Curry? And the answer is yes, he can. But this shuffle actually made him lose some time from Kritin. Kevin Maniram now 6 times behind Kritin. And Rovenko follows just behind. In GT4, completely the other way. Albert Wesker now leading the pack in GT4. Makoto Kobayashi now in second. And Matty Yates all of a sudden is in 4th place behind Glenn Selk, who is in 1st. So probably a lot of incidents have happened in the GT4 field. As a matter of fact, I can see the list, which is not that long. There's actually a lot to talk about. Lucas Rode now across the line for the fastest lap, obviously because it's the first car that comes in. And oh, Missler into the pits, probably a drive-through for improper starting procedure. This could be a drive-through, yeah, definitely. Samir Foch now already in 14th after starting from the back of the GT3 field. And Daniel Pereira about to lose the position on Van Moritz. That is for 12th place. Although still side by side between the two. And Daniel Pereira 12th place at the moment. And Van Moritz follows just behind. Let's have a quick look at what happened to Sam Factor and Sasha Wittig earlier on. So this was the very start of the race from the mid pack. Let's have a look. So Sam Factor, a lot of contact in the middle. Oh, there is a guy just going across turn 1. That was the BMW. That was a BMW. And a lot of cars were involved. Was it the 405? So Albert Wesker, he is now leading the race, but you can see the BMW just not braking in time and simply going straight, taking out 4 cars, and then the CRT Aston Martin, to avoid the very same BMW behind, had to take evasive action. So that's why Matty Yates all of a sudden sits in 4th place. Let's have another look at it. This time from Matty Yates' perspective. So let's have a look. Yeah, you can see the Aston Martin simply going a bit straight, taking out the Ginetta and letting it lose a couple of places. And then, oh, there was another incident. That's why the 401 was in trouble. 401 had another incident in which it was involved. Let's have another look. So it was Timo Klobbler taking evasive action here. And into the split we go. The 116 was a part of the incident. Oh, actually it was a tap from behind, I think. Yeah, it was definitely a tap from behind. So that's why Timo Klobbler is now all of a sudden in the middle of the pack. And then there was another incident. It was a yellow flag between the 101. Apologies, between the 103 and the 101. I can't see anything. Okay, no, it was just the replay. That's why it was yellow flag. And because the 103 is in the 14th place. So probably just a replay. Oh, and the McLaren is off in the Schumacher S. Trouble for Daniel Pereira that loses 12th place and sits now in 17th place. Let's have a quick look at it. So we go into the onboard to see exactly how it happened and also to see the wheel movements. So he goes over the Schumacher S. Oh, he touches the grass, loses the rear. You can see him overcorrecting and putting the car into the gravel and then losing several places. And Viktor Rovenko also off Another position lost by Daniel Pereira. And Victor Rovenko all of a sudden is in 13th place in the Honda. So the 117 trouble while the replay was going on. So let's see if it was a mistake or if it was helped. So Victor Rovenko in the national racing team, he goes into the chicane. Oh, that's yeah, definitely not a good look. He just narrowly misses. The car that was following him, it was Anatoly Kritin. 360 degree. 360 degrees, and he's back in 13th place, unfortunately. Now let's have a look at the GT4 field, where Albert Wesker survived everything. Makoto Kobayashi starting 7 positions down, and he gained effectively 6 places in his class, as Vincent Missler had to go into the pits to repair the car, actually. Full service. So 6 places gained from the very start of the race in his class for Kobayashi, and currently sitting in 2nd place. Matthew Hughes, pole sitter in class, he's now in 3rd, and Glenn Selk, after effectively hitting half of the GT3 field into turn 1, not literally obviously, he now sits in 4th, so I wouldn't rule out a penalty afterwards for Selk. Rode sets the fastest lap so far, 53.5. Not as quick as the quali lap obviously, but at the moment certainly had a good time. Ben Soliao, he's in a bit of a sandwich, as from behind Victor Rovenko overtakes Falk Moritz, so 12th place. As I was saying, Ben Soliao at the moment is a bit of a sandwich because he's in the middle of Mattia Max and Stefan Vimosar, both of which are pretty usuals here in the endurance series, but none of them want to give anything to their opponents. For Vimosar at the moment, 6th place, up 1 place from the very start of the race. It helped the fact that Victor Rovenko was ahead of him. Nearly impacting Ben Soliao. It's important because there's also a Porsche behind. Richard Seifert, 7th place at the moment, is looking forward to get 1, maybe 2 places out of this battle. As we go into the battle for the podium in GT4, you can see here Matthew Hughes going for the overtake on Makoto Kobayashi, going extremely wide into turn number 4. And also about to get overtaken by Glenn Selk. And Makoto Kobayashi loses the place. Yes, he does. Although, why not? Actually, there is a good battle there between the BMW and Kobayashi, but that just helps Timo Krobler, about to try an overtake on his opponent. Krobler remains in 5th place. Never mind, maybe because he goes into 4th after 410 goes extremely wide and loses the position, and that's 4th place for Krobler after the start of the race. That was a bit clumsy, as Samir Posh overtakes Kirill Petrov into RTL curb. Oh no, apologies, that's not RTL curb, that's the Mercedes Arena. That's into turn number 2. That was another overtake there. Kalius Daza is also very keen on making an overtake on the very same Kirill Petrov, but this time on the outside of turn number 5. Into 4th curve now they go. But the Italian remains behind the Ferrari 296 GT3, of which an Evo version will come out next year. Apparently there is an improved rear wing, some cooling improvements as oh, Sam Factor. Sam Factor is not really having a good time here. As Matthew Youth overtakes Glenn Selk. No, Glenn Selk was already behind. So it's just a tower, okay. Just a tower glitching out. The 403 is probably heavily damaged, and it's certainly not helping as Timo Klober goes from the inside, which then becomes the outside. You can see the car heavily damaged, also the Aston Martin, but everything is on the side of the car, so probably not a lot to repair, and that's Timo Klober now effectively in third place, overtaking Selk and Kobayashi in 2 different laps. As Matthews is jumping in and out in the tower. Richard Seifert at the moment is certainly looking forward for a possible position. Last lap it was a 54.3 for Seifert, and it was the quicker of the three here, battling for 5th at this point when Suliao is not really attacking anymore, he's just defending his own place. Some fact goes... what did I say, someone? No, some fact is struggling, to say the least. So we go back to Richard Seifert. 108, Stefan Vimozar is ahead. Realistically, we could see an overtake in a couple of spots. Of all the drivers in the field, only one managed to go below the 53, and by a massive amount too. That was Lucas Rode, 53.5, and the only car that managed to even get into the 53, let alone going into the mid 53. The next best lap is Maniram's one, 54.0. Practically a one-way race for the win. But now there is here the battle for 10th. Kelly Petrov, Kaliuzada, and Viktor Rovenko. All very close with each other. Oh, that was nearly a contact there for Rovenko. Nearly a tap, but nothing happened. It was actually a contact between Petrov and Zaza. The two collided. The battle for 10th still goes on, but this time the Honda has the upper hand, as also Foch goes for a move, and that's probably the Ferrari going into the inside into turn 1, and the Honda goes for 2 in a bag. No, never mind, he actually remains behind. He has to look at the two fighting for position, and Kelly doesn't manage to take position number 10. Kelly Petrov, 11th place, somehow defended. Oh, never mind, he had to avoid the Ferrari, and that's Viktor Rovenko jumping place. Now 11th for Rovenko, and the Honda driver is now at the edge of the top 10. At the same time, Samir Porsche also overtook Andreas Knopf. Let's see if I can put it live. Probably better to do 50. This was the overtake. Samir Porsche goes into the inside line and sits on the apex and doesn't let Knopf move in a counter-offensive action. Richard Seifert in the 108 still behind Vimozar, but you can see the gap is very little between the two. Also remember, 48 minutes, that's the stint timer length, so they have to come into the pits at least one time before the timer sets 5 hours and 12 minutes to go. Otherwise, a drive-through will appear on the dashboard and they will be obliged to go through the pits without pitting. Messenger also managed to create a gap with Vimozar, 54.7 last time for Vimozar, and he wasn't in the DTI, so either Vimozar simply burnt his tires, or something else is happening, but Vimosar doesn't have the pace to get in front of Leo. Seifert probably has. And so that's why he is so eager in trying to make a move. As Martin Smith, oh, this was actually contact with Pereira and No, the 1-1-2. This was the incident. Let's see what happened. So we can see the McLaren. Oh, it was actually. Oh, it was very. Oh, big crash there between the BMW and the McLaren. Then Pereira simply saw a BMW going across the track. So I want to see it again because Stefano simply completely lost the race car. Oh, he just lost the rear and tried to recover, but in the worst possible way. And unfortunately, the McLaren was involved in the incident, as Martin Smith is now in 15th place. Stefano now in 19th place with a huge side damage. Daniel Pereira without a front end anymore, as Daniel Kitsune also overtook Florian Mazziol for position number 6 in GT4 field, and Pascal Kozubek just did the same on Sebastian Rechl, just in front of Stefan No, as Vimosar now very close to Ben Soliao. So forget what I said earlier, probably the traffic, and that's where the expertise comes into the equation. Ben Soliao doesn't have that much experience in the series, and it shows as both Vimosar and Seifert were able to cut in half the gap that was in place between Liao and Vimosar, with Seifert simply following his opponent. And that is for 5th place. It's not really nothing burger. Oh, that's actually Ben Soliao actually losing some time. That was a CRT Aston Martin in the middle of the way. He had to slow down, and now the gap is literally centimeters, not even meters, as he has to go a bit zigzag. As Claudio Zaza was also involved in an incident with Anders Noff. The 106 was involved, and still is. There's a yellow flag for Claudio Zaza now in the grass. So 106 lost 4 places now into the chicane. They both go. For 106, I wonder what created his situation. As we lost one of the McLarens. Yeah, we lost Anatoly Kritin. Disconnected from the race. So his row of bad luck in endurance races keeps on going. 3rd in a row in which he had a problem. This time the most definitive one. So disconnection for him, unfortunately. And Zaza in the 106. Let's see what happened to the Italian. So he is driving here into the Schumacher S. Was it oh, it was. Oh, what happened there? So it was an initial contact. That wasn't the incident in which he was involved. Well, this was. So first of all, he gets in the middle of the way and loses the position of the Honda driver. Then he goes a bit too angry over the Cayman, taps it and goes into the grass, and afterwards, okay, no, it's just the same. So this is the whole situation. Yeah, you can see not braking in time, tapping the Cayman and effectively tapping it twice, to be fair, and going over the grass. Samir Foch overtakes Richard Seifert and Stefan Wimosar for position. That is now Foch in 5th place. Overtaking both cars in literally seconds. Remember, he started 23rd, already 5th. Impressive how he overtook those two cars in a exquisite manner. The two were fighting for several laps prior to this, and Foch just arrived and completed the overtake. As the Ginetta gets thrown into the gravel, that's the car in 2nd place in class. 2 seconds behind Albert Wesker, which is the Mercedes here being shown. I don't think it's over. Wimosar probably wants back in the position, but he has to overtake the very same car that overtook him a couple of minutes ago. As Jonas Meyer overtakes Martin Smith, that's the Porsche from Stadler Motorsport, into 13th place. And Richard Seifert still trying to get in front of Wimosar. I don't think a pass will happen here. So let's see how it went. Let's have a look. So, okay, that's why it was the Porsche getting slowed down by an Aston Martin, and then that was Foch going for the move into turn 1. Which Foch that effectively boxed Richard Seifert. So he took the advantage of the opportunity he received, and he had the chance to go for 2 moves at the same time. First in the Coca-Cola curve on Seifert, and then into the 1 with Stefan Wimosar. Next target, Benson Liao in the Aston Martin. Lucas Road at this point has a 9 seconds gap on Kevin Maniram and Mattia Max that are fighting for position number 2. Benson Liao in 4th. He's barely in front of Foch, Wimosar and Seifert. 5 seconds after, No Ferovenko battling for 8th. And that was a contact. That was just again into the gravel this time around. But he lost the position on Moritz. There was a contact apparently. So let's see how it happened. So the 106 into the Schumacher S's. Oh, I think it was a little contact. Oh, there wasn't space. There wasn't enough space. Just the position was starting to gain on the Ferrari. So Zaza went for the move on Moritz, and now Seifert from the outside he goes into turn 1. Can he make it do? Can he make it doable? And Seifert 6th place at the moment, and he goes in front at the same time Samir Foch and Benson Liao switching place, and Foch now in 4th, in front of Benson Liao, as Noff defends against Viktor Rovenko just some 100 meters behind. As Rovenko goes into the inside line, jumps north, and that's the position done for the Honda driver. Into fourth curve. Sono Seifert from the outside. It was a pretty nice overtake, that one there. Obviously, defending for 5th place, as Richard Seifert and Stefan Wimos are both behind him, but on a different order. As Zaza is still battling with Fall Moritz. That will be for 11th place. Well, battling is a bit of a strong word now, since I think Moritz slowed down to let Zaza pass by. Probably think he was in the wrong by sending the other Ferrari into the gravel. And there is also a battle in GT4 for the lead. For the entire lead of the race. Oh, the Ginetta goes literally 2 wheels up in the air at the chicane. And the 402 now only attempts behind the leader in class. Can the youth gain back the leading class, or will the Italian be able to defend the current spot? Important development in the podium sector in GT3, as Mattia Nex went from a couple of times to 1.6 seconds in 2 laps. So yeah, that's the Ginetta disappearing at times. So not really the best of the connections there. Albert Wesker using his rule correctly, because remember, the GT4s can use the racing line however they please. They can defend, obviously, but they can remain on the racing line. The GT3s have to pass around them. So it's not a blue flag as it would happen in class. It is a blue flag as in caution because other cars are approaching, but they have to remain on the main racing line unless there is a literal car overtaking them. But otherwise they can't get out of the racing line. It's literally in the rules. This is also for any new viewer that wants to participate in next season. GT4s have the precedence offline, and Ajus now overtakes Albert Wesker, that goes extremely slow. What just happened here? So unfortunately, ACC TV was so kind into throwing me out the worst possible time. So let's see here. So he has the Ginetta behind. Oh, it was an incorrect shift. It was an incorrect shift. That's what made them lose the lead of the race in class. It was an incorrect shift in the road towards the chicane. A very odd mistake. And that's now... Oh, that's another position that they are forfeiting. Okay, no, it's just forfeiting the... No, never mind. They changed their idea. I'm not really understanding what's happening right now. I think Wesker has a problem. So you can see that Hassan just passed her. Or is he just very kind to everyone? I don't really understand why. Unless the car has an issue. Why did he give up 2 places? Of which one was the literal lead of the race? Not really sure. In any case, Zaza here on quite the different situation. They are definitely on for a battle for 10th. Kirill Petrov and Zaza door to door, scratching the cars and trading paint. And for now, Kirill Petrov remains in 10th place. Especially lights there, and that's also Feld Moritz that wants back the place. Probably he gave the position to Zaza, but that's possibly off the contact that happened in the Schumacher S. But Moritz is still there. He honestly probably wants back the place. As Benson Liao is off. So yellow flag and Seifert overtakes Benson Liao into... Oh, never mind. Switch of positions into turn number 11. And Benson Liao is back in 5th, but this could put Richard Seifert in a bit of a mud puddle as he slowed down massively while fighting for position, and that nearly puts Stefan Wimmonser back in front of the Porsche number 108. As the pit speed racing is just there waiting for an opportunity to get back into 6th and maybe even 5th. Benson Liao here, 5th place at the moment. He went out of track in the Schumacher S. Oh, now he braked on the grass. It was extremely dangerous. But the Heart of Racing livery, 5-star Racing, is still there. Apex Sim Racing following in 6th. And they have to put 2 eyes in 2 different places of their field of view. They have to keep an eye in front to overtake Benson Liao, and also one on the mirror to keep Wimmonser behind in 7th. Closely following, just waiting for a little mistake to happen. And about 20 seconds behind, there's also the battle here for 10th, with the 2 cars that had some, let's say, some taps with each other. Very, very aggressive. Both drivers were actually very aggressive, and to be fair, GT Racing allows for it, and it's great. You can get physical without too many consequences. So now Petrov going on the inside, defending on the Italian that really wants to make the pass for 10th. Feld Moritz at this point just being a passenger of the battle, since the 2 in front are possibly going to go on for another battle, this time into the Schumacher, the chicane, the final chicane, 2 into 1. It's a bit impossible into the chicane, but the 106 still behind, still fighting, and still there. As I was saying, Feld Moritz at this point is just being a passenger of the battle, and quite frankly, just a viewer of it, because he knows that something bad can happen one moment or the other. Also, you can see behind the McLaren of Anatoly Kryutin back from this connection. Or was it this connection? Because it was actually a pit. No, actually, it wasn't this connection. Apologies. I think it was simply a crash with another car, as Claudio Dazza and Kirill Petrov have switched back positions. But this time Zaza is in front, and Kirill Petrov follows. An important move that could put the Italian on a wonderful situation of just running away with it. So apparently, I have to apologize because this was oh no, okay, oh, so it was a disconnection. Yeah, so it was a disconnection, okay, never mind. I saw the car back on track, I thought it was something else, yes, it was a disconnection for Critin, unfortunately. So that effectively now has the chance to run away, thanks to the pass that he made lap earlier. And if you didn't see it, this was the pass for position. So the Ferrari just went with it, braking very late and taking the McLaren by surprise after exiting slowly from turn 2. Oh, that was a mistake for Liao as he goes into the gravel and loses 2 places in one go, and that's now Seifert in 5th place, who already goes into defensive mode as Mimosar was extremely close into making 2 places at the same time. Liao, it was extremely dangerous for Liao. He nearly went into the gravel and actually into the GT4 in front of him. And the 109. Let's have another look from the onboard. So Benson Liao here, when he was still in 5th, into the Schumacher S. Oh, he just went into the gravel by himself. I don't think that was the same. I think that was the lap prior. So that was the lap prior. As also Falk Moritz went on to overtake Kirill Petrov with an overtake into turn number 1. We can see the pass here. No, we cannot apparently. Let's do the pass into turn number 1 with the Ferrari just throwing the car in a perfectly allocated slot. And it was the pass for Falk Moritz in front of Kirill Petrov. As Viktor Venko also next in line to put the overtake on the Aston Martin driver, Benson Liao, now in 7th. Viktor Venko, who remember started the race in 4th, lost a lot of time earlier on because of an incident, and now he is back at least in 8th. It's a long way to go to get back into at least 4th place, which is the position you started from. It's a very long race, still 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. So yeah, the Ginetta is having some connection issues, but I suppose they are only for some at this point. Look at your comment. Not sure why the Ginetta is disappearing for some and not for others. As Pascal Kozubek goes on to overtake Sebastian Reich for position number 17. So Rovenko, last lap for Rovenko was a 5.8 compared to the 6.4 for Liao, 6.1 for Vimosar, 6.0 for Seifert. Rodri now has a 10 seconds advantage over Kevin Maniram in 22 laps. So it's around 5 times per lap for Rode. We are getting very close to the pit window of many teams. Only 5 minutes on the clock to think about a trip down the pit lane, where they have to do something. Even a drive-through is considered something. It wouldn't be possible in GT3, but in GT4 it's not really rare to see some teams going for a drive-through only. So we'll rule out team even in this final race. In the GT3 it's... well, I never saw someone going for a drive-through only. But probably everyone will come in at the next lap. So I doubt they can do 2 laps. Should be around 4 minutes, so yeah, it's that's pretty much impossible. As you can see there, oh, there's still a contact between Vimosar and Seifert, and Liao gets back into position number 6 for about 2 seconds before going back side by side with Vimosar. On the inside he remains, and he also remains in 6th place, although turn number 4 is right hand side, but Benson Liao goes back in 7th. Victor Rovenko was a very beefy chance to get position number 7, which could put him on a trampoline to get 6th and then 5th as Asia Seifert, because of this blunder from Vimosar. Now enlarge the gap from about some... oh, there's a cut off. Oh, that was Timo Krobler. Timo Krobler in 2nd place in class. In the 401 there was contact with Seifert, and also Benson Liao managed to get in front of him. Seifert lost all the positions with both Vimosar, Liao and actually even Rovenko overtaking the Porsche driver as everyone goes into the pits. So that's what happened. So there's a Porsche going in front of a 401. Contact, and the 108 had to remain somehow on track with the Aston that also collided a bit with Seifert. See if I can put forward what happened tiny bit more. And this is the continuation of the incident. So you can also see Seifert still going on for a move. But by doing so, he opened up a gap for the Honda driver from the outside, and that was the pass for position. Very aggressive. It was a very aggressive move for Benson Liao. Now comes out of the pits to try to overtake the Honda, and Mozart is now in 5th with Benson Liao following the Honda driver that hasn't appeared on the tower for some reasons, but that's Viktor Rovenko. So now into the pits with only 13 seconds to go on the timer, as Kevin Madeira and TMX are following. So in terms of pit stop, Samir Porsche remained stationary for 10 more seconds. And Seifert for another 2, with Knopf also stationary for 5 more seconds. Whilst can't find him because of tower mixing up people. Oh, Viktor Rovenko, here it is. 32 seconds only. Just quick enough to get in front of Wakasha in a clean manner. Steven Krobler back at the front of the field, and that's because he went into the pits and came out of it without even stopping. Drive-through only for Timo Krobler and for Florian Mazziol, both of which went in only to never stop. Makoto Kobayashi with fuel only, and same goes for Selvan Andy Kuzai. As Lucas Rudd is back on the German tarmac. 101 has a 12 seconds gap over Kevin Maniram, and Robert Krillin follows another 3 seconds behind. No, Alexander Mari for Apex Sim Racing back behind the 109 Aston Martin. Nobody went into the pits for a drive-through yet. It's possible that some drive-through penalties will be applied with the track limits. So last lap it was everyone into the pits. We'll see some teams with new drivers. For example, we've got the Aston Martin 5-star Racing with Akasha now driving, and just behind Apricato Sim Racing with Alexander Mari. So we'll see their pace. I think the same is in Speed Racing as Sven Freitag. In place of Stefan Vimosar. Wakash at this point of the race, battling as if it was the last 15 minutes. But the livery fits. Aggressive racing, but in some ways not really against the rules. I admit I'm a bit of a fan of the Art of Racing, especially because they are somehow a non-profit. And so they don't gain anything from their racing endeavors. Can say the same about the Steam sale. It happens every 2 weeks practically. As the Art of Racing is effectively Gaben's property. So you can theoretically say that that Aston Martin, and by the property, the team is funded thanks to your purchases on Steam. As Lorenz Wagner was keen on making a move on Martin Smith for 13th place. Gap between Akasha and Mari is 7/10, so definitely the battle isn't over. Last lap was a 4.9 for Akasha and a 5.2 for Mari, 4.5 for Rovenko, 4.7 for Freitag, 4.0. So ultimately a completely different pair of hands. As Robert Klein 4.9, Malan 4.5, and Zenner 4.3. So it's actually possible that Foch could become a bit of a danger for the podium positions. Only 5 seconds are separating Klein and Foch at the moment. There are 2 battles ongoing. You can see Viktor Rovenko on the outside, he tries, and that's possibly one of the attempts for Rovenko, but it didn't go to plan. They go according to plan, and oh, never mind, because something happened behind Alexander Mari and Akasha just switched position, but quite abruptly. Akasha is now a second behind Mari, so we'll see. The pass, we'll replay afterwards. For now, Rovenko remains behind Freitag. It was a pretty important chance, the one he had into Western curve. Turn 11, he didn't complete it. Bit on the gravel there. And remember, Rovenko was starting from 4th, tumbled down in 13th. made some passes here and there, and now he's back at least in sixth place. Next target being Freytag. And then Samir Foch, another 10 seconds in front, who started from the very tail end of the grid. .8 last lap for Freytag, 4.7 last lap for Rovenko. Not looking great for Freytag unless he can ramp up his pace. Oh, it was quite dangerous there for Rovenko. As we think now, is in 19th place, 20 seconds into the pits for Sasha Wittig, same as Jose Mendes. As obviously the second I just switch for another thing, the overtake happened. So this was the pass into turn 1, with Honda braking very late. Oh, it was actually the Porsche just going wide? Yeah, it just went wide. You could see that car being a bit out of place. I want to see back the pass for position here. It's a bit earlier. So you see, this was the pass for. Oh, that's what happened. The Aston was sideways in the middle of the Westerner curve. That's how Alexander Mary gained the position on Ho Akasha. And that was for 7th place. It's Viktor Rovenko now in 5th, and Samir Foch only 2 seconds behind Robert Klin. Lawrence Wagner still battling with Martin Smith for 13th place. For now he remains in 14th, whilst Florian Boast and Marco Warbush battling for 20th place. I think a mistake happened here. So it was, oh, you can see the Mercedes definitely going in another direction and giving Lawrence Wagner practically an open window to pass through. Speaking of which, Lawrence Wagner is now off the racetrack, nearly into the wall. A weird spot into putting yourself out. Lawrence Wagner. 119 is now back running. What happened to Wagner in the Stratton Motorsport Porsche? Oh, it was a tap. That's what happened. It was a tap from behind. So this was the reason for it. Let's go on the rear wing. So he was overtaking GT4 Aston. And then a little tap put the car out of the road. Now Lawrence Wagner is back in 14th place after overtaking Martin Smith and remaining in 13th for about 40 seconds. And he has to do everything again. In the meantime, Samir Porsche is barely behind Robert Klein. The podium is only 1 second in front. But also to note that Porsche had to remain stationary for 10 more seconds to repair the car. So he could have been already in third by this point. Well, the 103 is now barely behind Robert Klein and quite quick. Last lap was a 54.0. You can see the history of his times. 4.0, 4.0, 3.8. Whilst Robert Klein last lap was a 4.9. The laps prior it wasn't any better, 5.2 and 4.7. So a huge difference between the two. Now obviously this lap is going to be slightly different compared to earlier on, since there was a slow car in the middle of the way for Samir Porsche, as Jose Mendes here and Stefan Kozubek battling for 17th place, with Mendes that repaired the car. 20 seconds of damage to be repaired for Mendes, of which I think he collected some more damage. Or probably it's just a graphical glitch in which the car is not shown as repaired, but it actually is. Behind also, Freyan Bost managed to overtake Marco Vorbush for position. Sebastian was just involved in a contact with probably a 402, which is second at the moment behind Timo Krobler, but with a full service instead of Krobler's drive-through only. So 5.3 the last lap. Because of that car from earlier, Porsche lost 1.3 seconds. The gap has been cut a bit, and now only 1.5 seconds is the gap between Porsche and Klein. Second point 3 now. Second point 2. You can basically. Oh wait, what's happening here? Oh, Akasha into the pit already. Is it a drive-through for track limits? I was mentioning it earlier that it could be possible we could see some cars going for a drive-through, but I don't know. Okay, this is not a drive-through. This is a regular pit stop, but I don't think it's scheduled. So already we have another moment here. So 5-star Racing, for some reasons, is in the pits. I wonder if it's related to fuel, because it certainly is a full service at this point. I don't understand why. Why now, at least? 7 times only now between Clean and Porsche. As 5-star Racing is now out of the pits, full service and damage repair. It was a very odd one. I don't really understand why, and Akash is now in 18th place. Terrible situation for them. As now Porsche is not even 100 meters behind the not even 100 meters behind the number 102. Last lap was 54.9 for Clean, 54.1 for Foch. 8 times being gained by the Latvian driver. With the Ginetta now in the middle of the way, can it be a joker for Foch? The Ginetta nearly putting itself in the middle of the racing line. Not really helping Foch there, who is up 19 places. So now Liao is driving the car, so I wonder if it was an emergency to change the driver. Because now Liao is immediately driving the car. So probably there was something, that's for sure. Now Liao is driving the car again, but he is in 18th place. 5 hours to go. A lot can still happen, but that's practically an entire full pit stop for them. And very odd. Definitely not the usual. .2 and 5.3, these were the last times for both Clean and Foch, as Alpha Racing team is trying to hang on to third, but the difference is big between the two drivers, and I'm pretty sure Foch is aiming at Manram's point more than Clean. The GT4 field is pretty spread out at the moment. It could change in next 5 hours. Sven Freitag still trying to keep up with Viktor Rovenko. The gap between the two is 2 seconds. And now Foch has a chance into the chicane. Can he make it through? And the answer is immediately yes, because the 102 literally braked to let Foch by. It's a bit of an easy pass there for Foch, considering there wasn't really a defensive initiative by Clean. So next target for Foch. Kevin Maniram in second place in a Bentley for close quarter racing. Skritin is now into the pits. Every time I see this car into the pits, I'm fearing it's for something else than a regular pit stop. Later on, he had to start back from the pits because of a disconnection. He was starting in third place. Basically, now directly behind Stefan Kozubek. battle against Audis. Oh, never mind, because they are because against Aston Martins, as Kozubek went into the wall. And the reason is for this. I wonder if it was all by himself or if there was any help from behind. Oh no, actually it's all because of the rear end slipping off from the Aston Martin. And now basically Yao is in 17th place. Quite an easy overtake, that one there, but he has to give the way to Sebastian Vettel behind, the leader of the race. So already an hour and 12 minutes into the race, and only 17 drivers are still leading in the lead lap, as basically overtakes Jose Mendes. That makes 16 the cars still on the lead lap. I'm pretty sure that in some seconds we will see that number drop to 14, since Sebastian Vettel is not that much in front. Last lap for Vettel was a 57.6, so this is going to be an easy pass for Liao, who currently sits in a bit of a wrong spot considering their performance. Still questioning the reasoning for that pit stop. Effectively out of nowhere. So we'll stay with Benson Liao, who will go on to move into 15th. And so at least another position gained for Benson Liao, unfortunately. Lost a lot of time from earlier on. As it stands, Timo Klober still remains in the lead in GT4. It's because the CRT car just went in for a drive-thru without changing tires nor put fuel, whilst Matty Hughes not even went in to change tires, put fuel, but also to repair the car stationary for 10 seconds because of the incident from the very start of the race, in which Glenn Selk also took out about 4 GT3s. Selk now in 4th place, had to remain still for 16 seconds. I thought more, considering the damage. But only 16 seconds was the time for repairs for the BMW driver that is in 4th place in class. Jose Mendes here for Listana by PT Pro, even him involved in an earlier incident with Florian Baust's team, the 1-2-0 now in 20th place. Their pit stop was 20 seconds longer than everyone else's. 50 seconds for them. I'm pretty sure that in this lap you could see a switch between Raikkonen and Mendes. Look at the front of the field. Samir Foch now is only 5 seconds behind Kevin Maniram, who sits 16 seconds behind the leader. So it's actually possible to see Samir Foch battling for the lead by the end of the 6 hours, considering every lap is gaining some time on the leader, on the current leader. Zen's last lap was a 54.7. Foch's last one was a 54.3. As Raikkonen here is probably trying to defend. The McLaren very close to Raikkonen as Mendes goes on into the right side, where they start to then remain behind. Marco Vorbush returns to the garage. So we'll see what happened to the 1-2-2 as the McLaren tries again, but this time on the outside with a 1-1-6 that breaks earlier. And so Raikkonen actually remains in front by keeping the inside line. Brazilian driver trying to find a way to pass as Vorbush in a 1-2. So something happened to the 1-2. It's to return to the garage. What if it was no, it's actually the car that just went into the pits. Okay, it's just the car that went into the pits. Oh no, okay, it actually returned to the garage. Okay. Very odd. It was just a stop for Marco Vorbush. Not sure why the graphic put that car as a return to garage. It was a simple stop for that team. So Mendes still behind Sebastian Raikkonen. There's a gap between Manilam and Foch. It's now 4 seconds only. Really good that he's defending a lot. 16th place against the Brazilian driver. So losing time by PT Pro. Mendes, which started in 14th and lost some places earlier on. Now trying to come back from the back door and battling for 16th place, although he cannot down the overtake on Sebastian Raikkonen. He hasn't been able to do so for the last few laps. And I think it's going to be the same script even in this lap. The situation in GT4 is developing. Matthew Yates in second place at the moment in class in the Ginetta for Predators Racing Team has gained a 2.4 on Timo Krobler in the last lap. And it has been like this for the last few laps. Again, because of the change of tires. So Krobler is on a very different strategy. Albert Restler behind. This point just sitting in third. As Mendes is now on the outside. The same move as earlier on, but this time he's... Oh, there's a contact! And both cars sideways for a moment. And Rakel, the 116. Back on his wheels. And now in 17th place after the contact between the two. As Alexander Mari. Oh, we also lost another car. We lost the Porsche. Alexander Mari disconnection from the race. Unfortunately. See, everybody jumped a place. Very unfortunate. It's one of the... Oh, back here, Apex Battles. Sim Racing, unfortunately, it's a return to garage for Mari. As Benson Liao tries to overtake Ivan Lopez in a Mustang. It just goes at the very last moment on the right and overtakes the number 121. And that was for 13th place. And Mari, unfortunately, disconnection for this team too. So, second team that had a disconnection this race. And unfortunately, both of them were battling for some high places. Samir Porsche now 3 seconds behind Maniram. The gap has been it's been destroyed in the last half an hour. And around now there should also be the round of pit stops. Which makes me wonder if Mari has been so unlucky into disconnecting from the race, just minutes away from a possible change of drivers, which would have saved the team. You can see the pace, 54.9, 4.7, 4.6, and this lap 5.0, so a bit of time, whilst for Maniram it was a 5.1, 5.3, 5.2, ultimately quite slower compared to Porsche. Let's go to the leader, 16 seconds ahead, 4.3, 5.4 and 5.2, pretty much the same page as Porsche. Only 2.3 seconds at this point. The gap is visibly getting turned. As we can see from the rear wing, the Bentley. With the Mustang now behind it, cut another 5 attempts in the last lap. And now there is also another fight going on. This is for 16th place. That's Sasha Wittig for kart racing team. Sebastian Reckel now just ahead. With Sasha Wittig being quite slow in this race compared to the usual. As in fact also overtakes Benjamin Rauch for 19th. I think we can go first now only 1.3 seconds. For a moment there was 1.3. Second. So 1.5, so apparently the gap is just going up and down. Again, Maniam's last lap was a 5.3, 4.8. For Foch. At this point we can go across the grid from the last placed car. Sunny Pellicer in the Auto in 33rd. And we got the Mercedes driver in the team PWR in 32nd. Stefan Buster driving in the Kisbit Performance in 31st. Team Purple Deluxe that now jumps Kobayashi in the Celestial Sphere in now 29th place. And we got Florian Mathiol in the first of the two CRTs in 28th. Then the Vivo driver in the Racehouse Esports and Albert Wesker in the podium for the GT4 field in 26th place overall. As you see, is in second in the Apex Water Racing team. And 401 is now leading the race in class. Cretin in GT3 is unfortunately last in the class, with Pascal Kozubek in 22nd place for Kozubek Racing Team. Then Apex Predators Sim Racing in 21st place even for them at this connection, same as Anthony Cretin. Benjamin Rock in 20th place for Apex Predators Sim Racing IM, and Sam Factor for Team IMR Germany. And then we've got Luca Braschke in the Strider Motorsport Ferrari in 18th, 17th for Sasha Wittig in the CRT Mercedes, Sebastian Rechl in 16th at the moment for Asphalt High, butchered the name. Jose Mendez in the 112 15th at the moment. Ivan Lopez now 14th. And Benson Liao in 14th place. Lawrence Wagner 12th place for Starter Motorsport. She's now 11th after Vladimir Ismail goes into the pits for Naked Demons. Martin Smith in the America United Racing in 10th, with Falk Moritz 9th for Apex Predators Sim Racing. Claudio Zazza in 8th place for Zazza Racing Team, with John Reiser driving in the SG Endo Performance. Sven Freitag in the Pit Speed Racing Porsche sits in 6th, as Viktor Rovenko overtakes Robert Klein in the National Racing Team. That's for the car that was in 4th, Alpha Racing Team in the pits. Samir Forscher just a second behind Kevin Mayram. The Latvian sits behind Close Quarter Racing, and then Sebastian leading the race by 18 seconds. Benson Liao here, it is very keen on making a move. There is also a lot of movement in the pits as Liao goes in front of Wagner. So the majority of the teams now into the pits in either this lap or the next one because of the time in stint. No, Florian Mattiol driving the racing team that is in the pits. So Matthew Hughes just came out in this lap, and Timo Klobler, who was ahead, he's now behind because he remained 15 seconds more in the pits because of the damage that had to be repaired. So that's already a change in GT4 in the pits with Apex Predators Racing Team that now leads the way in GT4. So only 1.8. Still the gap between Porsche and Mannion. Mannion apparently is trying to push as much as possible after exiting the pits. Not change Sebastian is now in the pits. So, pretty sure that the gap between Myram and Zenner will remain about the same. So now Daniel Doer sits in second, just behind Tom Winch. The damage was probably enough to slow the car down and to effectively put reasoning behind the fact that they had to lose the position on Tom Winch, who is now leading in the GT4 class. Sebastian comes out of the pits ahead, although now it is showed as 11th on the tower, but it's because Nürburgring is a bit glitched when a car exits the pits. As a matter of fact, Zenner is now back in the lead by about same gap as earlier, 16 seconds. Unfortunately, it's a bit slow compared to earlier, not compared to everyone else. He hasn't cut the gap by about 8 times per lap already. So probably a bit more time to hit the tires for the Mustang driver. And it's important to note that basically everyone went with a simple pit stop except Benson Liao from earlier, 40 seconds, and Yannis Glatzel. I mean the Apex. Oh, there is a car off. There's a car off. It's 409 for car racing team Navid Heshmati. 409 with a yellow flag. And the reason is to be given to, I suspect, the McLaren? Maybe? Oh no, the 409 just went into the gravel by itself. And then back on the racing surface. So I was saying, Jens Glatzel being the only exception, everyone else pretty standard. Except the number 116, drive-through only for Yue Enderlin. It's a bit of a different strategy here, drive-through. For them, as Kozubek had to go back into the pits because a stop and go 30 seconds penalty for spinning in the pit lane. As Enderlin is back in the pits, so okay, probably it was a drive-through, that one, but for track limits. It would make sense. Although it's not showed as a drive-through, but it doesn't make sense to go back into the pits once more, unless it's a penalty after a penalty. That's pretty odd. Force now dangerously close to Kevin Maneram. Last lap it was a 4.7 for Manuel, 4.0 for Porsche. And I will put also the 4.2 from road. Although being 20 seconds ahead, there is still a lot of time to go, 4 hours and more. Now Enderlin had to go in the pits for a stop and go 30, so I guess it was a drive-through and then a stop and go for Enderlin. Now in 24th place. With Porsche that it's apparently behind the 104. Last lap was a 3.8 compared to the 4.1 for Manuel. With the Mustang that is definitely pushing to get into second place, Manuel will hopefully try to defend. As back in fourth, Max is about to get in the battle with Victor Venko. As the Honda driver managed to gain back the time he lost from earlier. The Mustang is very quick on a straight line as the 1-2-0 lost the place and is showing yellow flags, and that's Amir Porsche into the inside he goes, into turn 1, and that's the 103 that instantly makes the overtake count, and he will then stay in second place. Next objective is the very top end of the leaderboard, Lucas Rode in the 101 CMRC Aston Martin. Let's see what happened to Benjamin Roch in the 1-0. There was a yellow flag. Oh, he just lost a year altogether, and once more it's the same car that earlier on had some trouble, and then there was another incident, but this time between the 104 and the... Oh, that's Kevin Myram getting involved with a GT4, the 283. So let's see what happened. So this is the Bentley going through. Oh, that's a hit, and that's the Bentley sideways. So yeah, there was a hit between the two. As I'm also looking at the fact that the 116... Oh, probably never mind, found it. Okay, at the end it was... stop and go. Obviously. As Victor Venko, the Honda driver is going quite quickly, as Ravenko's last lap was a 4.4. Max's last lap was a 3.7. All of a sudden, it was a 3.7. And then it's now back into the 4.7. So it's a bit odd. He can push, but he's just not consistent in it. Ravenko's last lap, 18 seconds ago, he set a 54.1. So he gained 6 temps on the car in front. TMX is struggling to keep up the pace with himself, actually. You may be wondering what happened to the GT4s. Well, Tom Winch is still... Oh, he has a flag. Okay, just to let another car pass by. Tom Winch is still ahead of Daniel Deur. The gap has risen into 1.6. So that's more than a second. Earlier on it was only a second. Yeah, Rovenko is possibly going to be the next car involved in a battle, as Mattia Max can be quicker, but not consistently. At the moment, I could see Max losing some more ground, even prior to the 4 hours mark, which is in 6 laps. Unless much of that is due to the fact that the Max may have some more trouble into getting in front of the slower class. But the fact that Max's last lap was a 4.2, Rovenko's one was a 4.5. Magnum couldn't even answer to Foch's offensive after the contact from earlier on, as Foch is a bit slow. He had to overtake. Oh, okay, just lost a second there. He had to overtake one of the slower class. No, it was GT3 there, so it was one of the black markers, and oh boy, that's okay. Way better. Daniel Deur was 8 times behind Winch, and now he's back to 2 seconds. And it will be for the lead of the race in GT4. So just needs some more, but in this very lap he lost 7 times on Tom Winch, who at this point is leading his class. Carrying third, Marcello Panetta in the Densa team. As Pascal Kozubek was yellow flags, Daniel Deur was also involved in a contact. So I can understand what happened there, and let's see how it happened. So we've got Daniel Deur and Kozubek Racing Team that collided with one another. Oh, it was the Aston going very, very quick. But nothing to worry about. Just some misjudgment there. And Heshmati in the other CRT is now battling with Kobayashi in the Celestia Sphere Mercedes. 4 times only between the 2 cars, battling for 29th overall, which translates into 6th in the class. Rovenko's gap is now 3 seconds with Max. As a duo GT3s are about to lap the GT4 duo. With Aston going very wide maybe a bit too wide and letting Kobayashi have an easy game, and as such Kobayashi overtakes Ashmati. So Escasfield now in 29th overall, 14 seconds in front sits Maus for 5th in the Team Purple Deluxe, and there was 109. Oh, that's again the 5-star Racing having some troubles. What happened to Bunsen Liao? The 109 was involved in an incident. This is how it happened. So I suppose it was the 283, maybe making contact with them. Oh yeah, it was... oh no, okay, actually, I don't really understand. So I need to check again, so... Liao wanted to go into the pits, but there was literally a car in the way. So pretty odd. Yeah, you can see that the 109 just goes to the right, as if there was no car in between. And that's another obstacle for this team. Had a very good chance of making a top 5, and now is struggling to even remain in the top 15. So he's back on track, 10 seconds more on the pit stop because of the car that had to be repaired. Azza is now just a touch over a second behind North. It will be for 7th place. That was a 5.6 for Zaza, 7.1 for North. Let's see the average, which is a 4.7, 4.9, 5.6, so a bit of a slow lap, this one for Zaza. For North, even for him this one was a bit of a slow lap, but even the others weren't better than Zaza's one, ones. Since it was a 4.9, 5.3 and 7.1 for North in the last lap. In GT4, still a 2.8 between Winch and Door. There is also a second only between Lopez and Castro. But for now we will remain here for the battle. No, okay, no, it's not a second anymore, as Lopez is barely behind, barely in front of Castro. So both cars had to pass the number 409. So the gap is back to 1 second. Let's get back to the battle for 7th, where the 106 is chasing Andras North with the last lap being a 55.0 for both drivers. 5.0 practically the same, 0.17 and 0.65, so very very close between the two. Only 1.3 is the gap. I am also looking at the gap between Max and Rubenko, but Rubenko right now is still 3.4 seconds behind Max in the 102, and the Bunnyram is in front 7 seconds further up the grid. So here probably nothing is going to happen in this stint, as Max managed to get back on his usual times. And now let me check if everything works. Okay, yes. I heard a ping, and that ping was John Raven himself. Welcome here.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Christian. How are you? An exciting end to the series, the GT3s, the GT4s in the at the Nürburgring. It's an incredible track and some nice conditions as well, and some big movers from the start of the race. So yeah, it's been a fun one by the look of it.
Yeah, definitely. We had some changes in the entire grid. A couple of disconnections, unfortunately, and those disconnections unfortunately also came from very high positions, so they are all in a comeback run, and also there have been some incidents here and there, but for now the battle is still on with 4 hours to go. There isn't really a clear idea of who is going to win, because Amir Foch probably has a chance if the 101 slows down enough, and the battle for the podium is also still on. It's very little the gap between Magnum and Max, and also the one between Max and Rubenko. So all of them are practically on the same boat, as in being very close and being in a battle for position. But it's been quite an interesting 2 hours for the final race of the season, effectively, because this is the last one, as the new one is coming, which is the number 20. Are you excited for it, John?
Absolutely. After what we've seen so far, or what we've seen across both seasons in the Pro Series and the ACC Drive Endurance, yes, very, very, very keen to see what we get out of Season 20, and certainly see if we can get anyone that can topple the dominance of SimRC Endurance by Barmenia and Carlet Racing in their respective divisions, because they have absolutely run away with it. So yeah, it'll be good to see who brings the fight next season.
Oh, that was me. Okay, thanks for your inside intel, John, and I hope you will be right. I hope we will see the same battles, just a lot more of them as always for the next season. But now we will go in to change the Comcaster from me, Cristian Romano, to John Wright, which is going to deliver you the next 2 hours, as the third Comcaster will then arrive, which is Olaf, or as you can see on the banner, Waps Racing. But in any case, I was Cristian Romano. This has been a wonderful season, and I hope I will see you all on the next one, and also in the off-season events, which probably won't be streamed, but they will be fun. No, that's for sure. And well, thank you all for your time, and just 2 minutes, and we will go back live with commentary.
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome into the final round of the ACC Drive Endurance Series. Thank you hugely to Christian Romano for his efforts not only today but for the whole of the season. Absolute pleasure and a privilege of working with the big man himself. My name, of course, John Wright, as introduced by Mr. Romano. My pleasure to take us through the middle stint. We've got 2 hours of the Nürburgring for the drivers to navigate, and then of course it will be Olaf, another one of the staples here at the LFM English Channel's commentary team. He'll be bringing home the season finale. As I mentioned when I was speaking to Christian, it is a season that has been dominated in both classes by 2 teams, and they're looking to continue that dominance in the final race as well as Lucas Road, that is behind the wheel at the moment, himself and Sebastian Zahetner leading the way. First place in the championship by, could easily be called a country mile. And they are got a bit of change between themselves and second place. Second place though, it is Samir Foch. He's only made his way up 21 places so far in the race, so come on Samir, get your finger out. He's gone from 23rd up to second place, and I'm going to be honest, no bias, delighted to see it. He's had some pretty bad luck in the Pro Series in the GT3, wrong place, wrong time, caught up in incidents, and it's cost him some places. Still managed to finish in the top 10 though, so massive credit to him, and yeah, good to see season 20, what he brings to the table for that one. But at the moment, he's bringing home a podium as we are past the first third of the race. In third it is Close Quarter Racing in the Bentley. They have been given a generous minus 19 kilogram ballast. So very light and nimble is the big Bentley. 48-minute stint, so I suppose the petrol tank was nerfed a while ago, so it won't make a huge difference there anyway. And in the GT4s, it is the same as well. As you see up at the top spot, Khaled Dominant Racing Team bringing home, at the moment they're bringing home a race win. As I say, we're a third of the way in and they are leading pretty comfortably as well. Oh sorry, no, I was looking at the wrong gap. It's not 8:16 seconds to Winch, it's 3.6. But Doer has been known to double stint. Khaled have been known to double stint before, and their last pit stop was 51 seconds. Does that suggest a whole lot more fuel? One would suspect. So Tom Lynch for the Apex Predators find themselves in second place at the moment with the Diazza team in the Mercedes. Oh, on home soil, just an extra bit of steering put there to keep it between the mayo and the mustard, but does so, and not far behind. There was a Khaled car there. This is 4th place Racehouse Esports. Their BMW in 4th, and 5th is Team Purple Deluxe. Another very nice livery. Love the sound of these GT4. The Mercedes just sounds good in any class really. Matija Makes for Alpha Racing Team in 4th. Ravenko for National Racing in the Honda. They've got 5th position at the minute. Vimasar in the Porsche. Quite an interesting battle in the opening couple of stints from what I saw. Vimasar and one of the Aston Martins. Not just behind them for SG Enduro Performance, and Claudio Zaza, who we are closely watching, as he is closely watching Knopf just ahead of him. Glacial just down the road for the Apex Predators GT3 car. They've made their way into the top 10 since the start of the race, looking to consolidate that through the middle phase. Kirill Petrov, for the Naked Demons. That is quite the vision behind the sim wheel. They're currently in 10th place with America United Racing. Martin Smith behind the wheel of the Merc. Good to see the Mercedes up in the top 15. Then Strater, they've got their Porsche running in 12th place. Mayer currently behind the wheel, and then it's 5-Star Racing Akashian now. Okay, so this was the Aston that was dueling away with Vimasar early on. Now they've dropped down to 13th. Lopez in 14th. And it is Lusitania by PT Pro, currently rounding out the top 15. Still got 33 cars in the race. Schmitty and Pellicer for Quetzalito. Hopefully someone's going to bail me out with a pronunciation on that one. Bring up the rear of the field for the GT4 grid. Quick hellos in the chat as well, apologies. Art Media 1, hello from Lithuania, hello from Scotland, and hello from LFM. Welcome into the YouTube channel. Breno as well in the chat. Got a couple of follows that have popped up. GM Sim Sports, welcome in. Raul GC, Pasqualini, J-Talks. Welcome in. Thank you all for the follow. We've got only 24-hour racer. That is some dedication to the race. Race is long, they are fast. Let's see where they can go in the remaining time. Only 24-hour racer. I seem to have missed the start of this conversation. So, which team was that you are referring to? We'll get them on screen. And we've also got a follow. Team Purple Deluxe. Welcome in. Welcome in. Now let me just see, I've got split pages. No. Oh no, I thought that was an incident, it's just I'm going past. Interesting to see actually, Carlett bringing 4 drivers to the party. I think that's only the 2nd or 3rd time this season we've seen that many drivers in a car. We were very much in the way of solo drivers over the start of the season. Certainly the 3-hour races at the start of the season attracted a lot of solo drivers. We did see a few more pairings and beyond. Not only that actually, Schmitty in the team. They've also got 4 drivers. So yeah, good count of drivers behind the wheel. Samir Fosh, of course, we're going to keep an eye on him, as I say. He's had some tough breaks in the Pro Series. He's got the luck of the draw here. And he is absolutely making hay while the sun shines. He is 23 seconds down on Lucas Road. He's not far behind the road's fastest lap time as well. So he is definitely keeping pace with him. That gap's remained at that 23 seconds for quite a few laps now. We've got Kozubek into the pits. A couple of drivers have been in 4 times from what I can see. We'll have a stop go 30-second of course for Kozubek, who's just coming in now. That'll be another stint timer clearer. Also looking at the pit stops. It does look like Pellicre was on a quick in and out, so that might have been a double stint, almost stationary for 5 seconds. And yeah, Doer for Carl at 51, so potential double stint. Because that is a lot of fuel to take on board. In fact, let me just check. Doer and winch. 1 hour 34. Right, okay, so they've pitted at exactly the same time. Winch and Doer 402. So the top 2, yeah, they're on exactly the same pit strategy, and they've still got a 5-second gap. So Winch definitely keeping them honest. Pineta. Yeah, on exactly the same strategy as well. A lot of the GT4s are. So a very good, very good opening stint from the door to be stationary for almost 20 seconds longer in the pits and still come out ahead. So yeah, double stint here could really put a hurting on the rest of the field. Winch's fastest lap by comparison, half a second slower than Doer. So they've built up that gap. And I do think we're going to see that build up further again. We've got some GT3s looking to trade positions in the midfield. Oh, and the poor frustrator goes up the inside once again, battling with Akasha. So Akasha either catching back up or may losing some time. Nothing recorded in the incident sheets. Castro a bit down the road, Smith a bit far ahead, but certainly Akasha. And Johannes Meyer for Strater going in it once again. Yeah, Mir doing a 157, so 2 seconds slower, so definitely lost some time. Not with a yellow flag. Petrol, white flag past some traffic. Now that's not, and Selk through the Mercedes arena. No, they're both running fine. Mir instantly losing time. Interesting battle, of course. The Porsche kills it through the corners, but the Aston just says goodbye on the straights. And this is definitely a course that's got some straightaways. Up the hill we go, or down the hill we go, sorry, into Ad Van Bogen. This is one of the places where the Aston can really stretch its legs, as it does. Flying it through the chicane. Well, that's a good one, so I'm not sure what happened to Mir. Again, nothing listed on the incident sheets, but lost 2 seconds on that lap, has lost the position to Akasha. Akasha looking to get back into the top 10 after losing 6 places in the first stint. Or sorry, losing 2 places in the first stint, 4 in the second. Now we've got another follow coming as well. Pablito, my apologies. I'm not good with B's and D's and things of that. Pablito, 11. Welcome in, thank you very much for the follow here at LFM. 260,000 drivers we are on the verge of. Let me just check that. Of course, we just had the 250 kilometre special event. 259,933,000 drivers. Get yourself involved. Fast approaching 114 million laps. Several of them will be coming from, will have come from this series, of course. It's been an absolute barn burner of the highest magnitude all season, been an absolute calendar of the gods as well. We've seen the drivers duel out over the Red Bull Ring, Suzuka, Spa, Kailami, Misano, Watkins, Glen. We had Imola, we had Brands Hatch, Imola then Brands Hatch, followed by Mount Panorama. Yep, exactly. We did give them a bit of a break at Barcelona, then Silverstone, of course, finishing here in Germany. The drivers all vying for one of 10 lifetime licenses to ACC Drive. The winning team in the GT3s, the winning team in the GT4s will all receive up to 10 lifetime licenses each. As the Apex Predators in second in the GT4s get overtaken by Mayer in the straighter machine, and Akasha is absolutely flying compared to Mayer at the moment. So does Mayer have some damage? Maybe a touch steep. But yeah, Mayer seems to be hemorrhaging pace at the moment. Dropping down to order. Lucas Road certainly isn't losing pace. He is a bit slower on average over the last couple of laps, but it's only just brought the gap back down to 23 seconds between himself and Samir Foch in second place. Third place is still Manaram in the Bentley. Matija Meeks is still a fair bit down. Martin Smith. Now. Wow, Akasha really is on a charge. The Aston Martin already on the back of Smith, who's just had an accident, in fact. Now, we're still on board with overtake, or potential overtake here for a few corners. If we can jump on the replay and see what we're dealing with. Pop that there for ease of use. Not quite close enough. Right, let's see what happened to Smith. So that's a GT4 race leader ahead of him. Out of the Mercedes arena, heading down the hill. They really do close the gap. Oh, and he's given him a bit of a tap there, and the Aston Martin's almost snug it up the inside as the Carlin Racing GT4 finds himself off track to accommodate the two rather wide GT3. Smith and Akasha temporarily swapping positions. Petrol comes in to the pits. Mayer comes through. Smith into turn number 1. Is he going to go defensive? He is indeed. Holds the apex very nicely indeed on his way into the Mercedes arena. You see that Aston Martin is now an ever-present threat. And Akasha making some good moves to try and get back, as I say, into the top 10. So a bit between the teeth. Ooh, now Door in the pits. No, sorry. No, my apologies. I thought it popped up on the screen there that Door was in the pits. He is indeed not. Absolutely still out on track. Kirill Petrov on his way back out of the pits. Miesler just coming across the start-finish line for Strater Motorsports Ferrari. He's on the outside line. It looks like the McLaren has got back out just ahead. Is likely to be on fresh tyres, of course, even at 24 degrees. I don't think we're going to see many teams try and double stint their tyres at this point in the race. Maybe if they've got an hour and 20 minutes or hour and 25 to go when they take the penultimate pit stop. Certainly a quick splash and dash. Yeah, but that has gone the way of Petrov out in front for the Naked Demons. It's still Petrov behind the wheel. No, 'tis not. I think it's Samail. Yeah, Vladimir Samail out behind the wheel. Confirmed, that will pop up in a moment. Mex comes into the pits from the GT3s. Mayer with a big yellow flag. Let's have a look here and see. So down through Advan Bogan, catching up. Oh, just misses his brakes. Yeah, costly unforced error there. Full concentration required at all times around every part of this course. Definitely one of these courses where a lot of the corners are simply to set up for the next corner rather than actually take them yourself. So here we go then. It is Silly Season in the pits once again. Knopf follows in Zaza and Vimasar. Meeks already mentioned as being into the pits. And that's Khaled Race. Is that Door? It is. Door has come into the pits. Winch has followed him in. And Door's done a drive-through. Yep, Door has done a drive-through. Oh, are we going to get that confirmed here? Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to put an absolute hurt on the rest of the GT4 field. It'll be interesting to see if anyone follows suit and tries to get some space back, because I mean there, as you can see in the background, that's second place in the GT4s, but they indeed pull into their pit box. And Daniel Doer cruises on through. So that's him back out with what can only now be described as a comfortable lead. It's gone from 5 seconds to 41 as Winch has handed over the wheel to Matthew Yudes. So it's now Yudes out. Panetta, their Mercedes back out after a pit stop. Selk and Bavis, Team Purple Deluxe, make their way in the Mercedes. Lucas Road hasn't come in yet. Manoram has though. The Bentley's come in. Ravenko for Nasral Racing Team. They've got the Honda now running in third place. Foch 26 seconds down on road, who's coming through Advan Bogan. We'll see if now is the time the Barmenia car comes into the pits and follows more in. As I did mention, Mayer was in. A lot of stuttering and stammering, apologies. Smith, Lopez and Wittig in. Wittig in for Cal Racing as well. Yeah, the Barmenia car, first in each class, coming past one another once again. But yeah, confirmation there. Lucas Road staying out. Samir Foch. Let's have a look at the spotters. An hour and 36 in was his last pit stop. So, he does indeed pull in. I would guesstimate that Ravenko's going to come in this lap as well. So we'll see where Manaram slots back in, having pitted 1 lap earlier. Ravenko, yep. Really pushing those limits on the way out of the final chicane. Well, that is the Honda coming in. Manaram is just through the hairpin. Up through Schumacher S. And heading down through Advan Bogan. Samir Foss will be stationary for approximately 33 seconds. So to Ravenko, who is still moving. So Manaram is going to get past Ravenko. Now, obviously, won't get past Foss, who's now been stationary for apparently quite some time. Oh, that looked like he was holding on to the back end there, Lucas Road. Foss on his way out. Ravenko stationary. Manaram out of the last corner. And Ravenko is stationary, so Manaram and Close Quarter Racing will retake 3rd place. Rather unsurprisingly. Samir Foss back out in 2nd position. There we go. I was going to say he's definitely not 8 seconds behind the leader. But not unless he had Doc Emmett Brown as his pit crew. Lucas Road coming in. I don't know why that's tanked him down to 6th place. I am positive that will right itself, but yeah, Lucas Road, race leader and championship leader comes into the pits to take another stop. We'll see if Zahentner comes out behind the wheel. Foss, of course, driving this one alone. Manaram, he's driving this one solo as well. Crolin for Alpha has just taken over for Matasia Meeks. That's the top 3 in the GT3s. Ravenko in the Honda. He is back out, of course. Freytag for Pit Speed Racing is now out. He's got a Mercedes just ahead of him. Zaza back out. John Razor out for SG Enduro Performance. NG Performance. Has there potentially been an incident with Lucas Road? Okay, so that came up as a yellow flag for Road. Oh, there we go, he's back up to 1st place. Yep, sorry, temporary glitch with the standings. The Hentner is behind the wheel, and it is still Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia that are indeed leading the way. They've not suddenly tumbled down to 7th place. They're back up as well, 26.1 seconds is the gap. 10th quicker in their stop as well. So yeah, back out in the lead. Samir Foss back out in 2nd place, and Manaram for Close Quarter confirmed in 3rd place. It's Alpha Racing in 4th with Nasral in 5th in their Honda. We've then got Freytag for Pit Speed Racing out in 6th place in the Porsche. Update the telemetry. And we've got Zaza for Zaza Racing Team, 7th place, with a racer for SG Enduro in 8th position, and 5-Star Racing making their way into the top 10 once again. They're up to 9th place. So good previous stint or two for them. Falk Moritz out behind the wheel of the Apex Predators Ferrari, rounding out the top 10 of the GT3s. It is with an impressive lead. Daniel Dorr and Callet Racing He did go for the double stint after a long second pit stop to take on a whole lot of fuel. He's come back out the pits 39 seconds ahead. 5 seconds ahead going into the pits. In fact, not even quite 5 seconds. But it's now Matthew Hughes who is charged with chasing him down for the Apex Predators. They're Giannetta. And they've had a good season. An absolutely solid finish. Oh, I think a little connection issue there for Panetta. Because Hughes, yeah, is 18 seconds up the road. Apologies. The timing tower seems to be having a bit of a lazy Sunday. Vimazar, hello! Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whichever part of the world you are in. How's the race going? How's the season been? Let us know. Good to hear see the participants popping up in the chat, cheering on their teammates. Oh yeah, Panetta was having a connection issue. All good though, that has settled down. Zahentner, no connection issue there. This Aston Martin has been absolutely connected to the tarmac for the opening 2 hours and 31 minutes. They've posted fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest. I'm sorry, ad nauseum. Rinse and repeat. Samir Foch has had an incredible start. A couple of disconnection, couple of incidents. As I've mentioned, he's had some tough luck during the pro season. During the Pro Series, still brought home a top 10. He's up 21 places. Started in 23rd, finds himself up in 2nd place and close quarter. Looking to put the pressure on. They're only 10 seconds down the road. So still nice and close up at the front with Krillin seemingly losing a bit of pace now to Ravenko in the Honda. The Honda getting a nice bit of slipstream. Oh no, sorry, it's Krillin that was getting the slipstream there in the McLaren. So yeah, he's gone flying past the GT4 race leader, but he is being ably chased. What's front splitter cam like? There we go. He is being more than ably chased by Nassau Racing. Gets that done nicely through the Mercedes arena. There we go, the LFM socials are in there. Setup shop, the setup shop as well. Jump in there. There will be codes following very soon as well to get discounts on some of them. So make sure you hang about. And again, thank you to everyone on the YouTube channel for the likes and the subscribes, helping the channel grow. I don't get notifications of those at the moment, but yeah, if you are watching, hit that thumbs up. Let us know that you're enjoying the content and enjoying the racing. What's not to enjoy? Right, my pit numbers do seem to be off slightly, so we're going to pop that off. Okay, stop time. Yeah, Sebastian Zahentner, 24 seconds, so yeah, they're still lapping fairly equilibriously. Zahentner's just done a 55.0 on his first flying laps out of the pits. Samir Foch behind him, 53.6. So got the tyres that one more lap into the window of operation. And setting himself his personal best lap of the race with a 53.6. The temperature has come down as well, 30 degrees when the race started. Now down to a much more tyre friendly 24, and not much in the way of the wind, not much in the way of wind either, affecting the aerodynamics. It can certainly be awkward through some corners if the back of the car doesn't behave the way it does through every other corner. Certainly behaving for Foch at the moment, close quarters. Ravenko. Oh, that was him going past the GT4, third in the GT4s of course. Looks to be running fine. There is Freytag, Stefan Vimasar's teammate. Yeah, good to see. Currently running in 6th place, up on where they started. They had a bit of a battle on their hands, but still up that 1 place. Zaza's had a good run into the top 10 as well since the start. Akasha, as I say, making back positions. Still down 3 on where they started, and we know that Aston can do good things around here. Well, actually, to be fair, with the level of talent that the Zahender and the gang have got, the car definitely does perform well in these alien hands. Not to say Akasha's not an alien, clearly the comeback drive. Certainly proven so. Benson Liao also to take another couple of stints at least before the end of the race. 3 hours 25 to go, so I'm going to be in for an hour and 25 minutes still, so we're definitely going to get another pit stop in and see where they all come out. Daniel Doer is now losing a bit of pace to Matthew Hughes, although is that Panetta? Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on. Apex Predators in second in the GT4s and Diaz, they are 22 seconds apart, but they do seem to keep chopping and changing on that timing tower, so I think there's a minor connection issue with one of the cars. So yeah, those two chopping and changing, if that is an actual overtake, we'll definitely be able to make sure we catch it. Just move this and this. Yeah, it keeps jumping over. So, but yeah, that is second place for the Apex Predators and third for Diaz, the team. Glenn Selk for Racehouse Esports in fourth place. He's a minute down, so a bit to make up, and he's only 14 seconds ahead of Team Purple Deluxe, who currently have Mavis Bavis behind the wheel. If anyone, I did see Team Purple Deluxe had followed. If anyone could give me the correct pronunciation of that, I can't even pronounce pronunciation. That would certainly help. But yeah, any help pronouncing names or team names correctly, always massively appreciated. Makoto Kobayashi for Celestial Sphere in their stunning looking Mercedes. It just sounds so good. Forbidden chase cam, I know, shouldn't use chase cam, but it does sound so good. They've got the Mercedes comfortably inside the top 10 at 24 seconds ahead of Team PWR, who are rinsing those curves in that final chicane. Absolutely no fear on the suspension, in air quotes. Zahender 23 seconds ahead, so yeah, again, Foch more than matching them for pace, in fact 9/10 quicker on that lap as well. So it's definitely closing in at this stage. Still a manageable gap. We'll see if there is any more inroads made there. Krillin certainly making inroads on Manaram in third place. Now 7 seconds behind, while getting the gap to Ravenko. Now that's at 2.3. So that has moved a touch as well. Now we'll see what Ravenko can do. Freytag still 20 seconds down. So a touch of time to make up there. Lawrence Wagner out for Strater Motorsport in their Porsche. 13th place. Martin Smith is back out in 12th. The America United Racing Team. We'll see if these two teams re-engage out on track. Vladimir Samail for the Naked Demons, putting in some very consistent laps. Up until the previous one, lost a bit of time. I'm not sure if there was some traffic involved, but up until then was having a pretty solid stint. Ooh, goes past America United. Oh, Celestial Sphere. Completely different paint jobs, apologies. That was Samuel. Oh, and there it is. Stefan No for the Apex Predators. Another pit stop for them after a difficult start to the race. Yeah, started up in 13th position. Came in 9 minutes earlier 9 minutes, yeah, pretty much 9 minutes earlier than anyone else, although, yeah, for Bush came in after 30 minutes at the start of the race. They're back up to 17th position, but no, the gang came in 39 minutes into the race for their first pit stop, so well within the first stint timer, got that damage repaired, and they're out the pits on cold tyres. Being lapped by the Honda in 5th position, who will be keen to get past Ravenko. There we go. Will be on the absolute hunt, much like Wagner as well. The Porsches doing particularly well. I tell you, I've got to massively respect the Porsche drivers. Oh, Akasha in the pits. We'll come back to the Porsches in a moment. Let's talk about Akasha being in the pits. Ah, of course. Their second pit stop. Yeah, they were only out for 18 minutes. They had to come back in. That was quite a long pit stop. So yeah, they are going to flirt up and down the field. Let's go back to the Porsche drivers. Yeah, incredibly underpowered in a straight line. These drivers really can make them work. Seen some incredible performances in this series and in the Pro Series in the Porsches. So absolute hats off to the drivers behind the wheel of them. Bosch now sitting at 23. Yeah, Manoram responding with, Zahentner responding with a 53.7. Samir now 54.3. So Zahentner taking back the moniker of fastest. Oh no, sorry, Samir Foch is still the fastest average lap of this stint. But Zahentner's starting to swing back in his favour. Ravenko comes up to the Team Purple Deluxe Mercedes. There he goes. As easy as you like. Makes his way past. Fredag in the Porsche will be next to the GT4s. There is Matthew Hughes in the Apex Predators just behind that Porsche. We were looking at. Again, the Ginetta gets some. Got to love the Ginetta interior. Yeah, not just because the passenger seat's on the correct side, of course, but it definitely does help. Panetta now 27 seconds down, so has lost a good couple of seconds to Yudes. Yudes only 33 seconds now down on Door. Door with a 207.3. So yeah, already feeling the pace on the tyres. It's not really long into the stint, you would think. I mean, so yeah, so that's 48. Oh, why do we try and do maths on stream? That's only just over an hour. They'll have been on those tyres. Getting them up back up to pressure might have been a bit tricky, given the track temperature has dropped so much. I can certainly appreciate that being a problem. Being absolutely swamped by GT3s as well. It's actually, yeah, sorry, that's one of the GT4s. That's 4th place in the GT4s. Just behind him, so he's just put a lap up on another one of the GT4s. It is, yeah, monstrously adventurous performance from Carl. Adventurous, not quite sure that was the word I was looking for. Advancing, they're certainly advancing through the field. So too is Akasha. Back out of the pits, positions gained for me slightly off. I do know that they started in 5th place, they've dropped down to a bit of yeah, well, outside the top 15. After that early pit stop, charging back through, it's going to be an interesting one for them at the end. They might be in a position just to do a drive-through on their last stint because of how early they had to take their second pit stop. But at the moment, they'll be more focused on getting Akasha past Samir. Samir's had a solid stint since exiting from the pits. Now the challenge begins though, and that is keeping Akasha behind. definitely, as I say, got a thirst for the overtakes. Back out after that pit stop in 11th, so they are making steady progress back through the field. So definitely got some pace about them, and very efficient pit stop, 32 seconds flat through the pits, one of the quickest that we've seen in that round, in fact. Robert Krillin now with a very quick stop as well. No driver swap for Akashi either, staying out through Advan Bogan. Aston Martin getting close, but just at the absolute wrong time. Needs to be so much sooner than that if you're going to try and get a move done, although we'll look to hang on to that apex as tightly as possible. Manages to do so, but the McLaren comes squirreling out ahead into turn number 1. It's going to be all for naught as Samail is going to hang on to that position. Again, the Aston's going to get close in the braking zone, and it is going to be too little too late. He's opening up looking for a potential cutback on the McLaren. A wily campaigner. Oh, he's got a good run. He's got his car just about on the inside there. Again, the McLaren leaving more than enough space. The Aston focusing on his line, though, does manage to get the send up the inside. There's a bit of contact, and Akashi makes his way through. A little bit of a wiggle from the McLaren on exit. So yeah, a little touch on the way through, but that is Akashi. Firmly past and back into the top 10. We've got Ravenko showing us close to Krillin, and is in fact has really closed that gap. 6/10 quicker on the previous lap, so the Honda drivers closed in very nicely indeed. Krillin, yeah, and losing big chunks of time to Manor ahead. Samir Foch and Sebastian Zahen are 23 seconds apart. They are absolutely trading lap times. Foch only 2/10 slower than Zahen on the previous lap. I'll tell you what, Ravenko's has been a whole lot quicker on this lap than Krillin ahead. As they come across the start-finish line, the Honda can do great things at the top end, and it's getting a bit of a slipstream boost along the start-finish. Is he going to go for it on the brakes? He is behind. He's going to try and position the car. Has he been left enough room? He has indeed. Didn't quite get the car rotated too tight and too close. Not able to get it done. Still sitting comfortably behind though. Oh, those front tyres. Already on an absolute knife edge. The drivers are minimising that front end downforce to get as much top end speed in the applicable parts of the course. While still maintaining some semblance of grip at the front. How they manage it, I clearly do not know. Two very nice sounding engines. We've got the track temperature, as I mentioned, down to 23 degrees. The McLarens, if I'm correct, not big fans of the cooling temperatures, and certainly that is playing at the hands of Ravenko at the moment. He has got the marker. Oh, there's a close one up ahead. That's a blue flag. Bush just going past one of the GT4s. Still 33 seconds separating the top two in the GT4 class, so Doer starting to more than match use for the lap, so was maybe just getting the tyres into the window. But as I say, it could be a bit awkward doing a double stint when the temperature drops that much during the first stint and you're only doing a drive-through. Getting the tyres back up to pressure, it can be a bit tricky. Oh, and that's very tricky indeed. The Honda almost taking a McLaren badge home as a souvenir out with the final chicane there. Some GT4s, and yeah, one of them, the GT4 race leader in fact, found himself unwittingly thrust into the middle of the battle for 4th position. Deja vu across the start finish line for the Honda. He's not, well, in fact I say deja vu, it's not, because he has not thrown one up the end, or gone for a move, sorry. Thrown one sounds like it was a careless attempt, but certainly it was a measured move on the brakes, but just got that tight to the apex, couldn't get the acceleration down. Very close to the Mercedes arena this time. He got the overtake done at this point on the last lap. Almost a bit of lateral motion there from the McLaren as that extra steering input, and that's how much time it's cost him. That half a tenth of a second from the extra steering, that little lateral motion, and that is the Honda going round the outside. Ravenko doesn't get the move done. On again, the grip of the McLaren. just leaves him high and dry. Crowlin now under serious pressure down into the chicane. Who's going to have their nose in front on the way up into the Schumacher S? It's going to be the Honda leading into the corner. The McLaren's got the preferred line, but on the exit it's going to be a lot less centrifugal force on the Honda, and it is the Honda that is ahead and up the hill. Nice driving by both of them. And sorry, yeah, it was the Aston Martin we saw make contact the previous time through this corner, not these two drivers. My apologies to them both. Wagner and Smith, they're still going at it as well. They've got the 4th place GT4 BMW just ahead of them this time down through Ad Van Bogen. We'll see if anyone can use it to their advantage. Sorry, not Ad Van Bogen, my apologies, that's through the hairpin. And up to the Schumacher S, the Mercedes holding on as Wagner firmly holds on as well. 24.7. The gap now to Hentner. Wow, he was a 10 slower on that previous lap. So yeah, the two of them are just up and down with their lap times. So consistently close in the timing between the two of them. Wagner again, still close there. Doer is 32.2 seconds, so he's lost about 7/10 over the past couple of laps. Not a lot at all things considered. He will be in for a full service stop. More importantly for him, so will Hughes. Hughes was only stationary for 32 seconds, so no time to take on any extra fuel. Glenn Selk in 4th position. Was stationary for 44 seconds, so may well have taken on a bit of extra fuel to try and get the leapfrog on Panetta up in 3rd. With Team Purple Deluxe, they took a standard pit stop. Kobayashi was only stationary for 18 seconds. Team PWR 16 seconds. And Calet Racing's other second GT4 car, they did a drive-through as well on that last stop. So both cars favouring that strategy at the midway point of the race. Well, yeah, we're now at the midway point of the race. 8 minutes to go. It is championship winners decided a couple of rounds ago, to say the least. Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia. They've taken the bull by the horns for the entirety of the season, and even though they've won this, as I mentioned, by an absolute country mile, still showed up tonight, and today 24 seconds is the gap that they've got. With 3 hours and 8 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring. Samir Foch up 21 places since the start of the race to second. Close quarter. Started in 3rd and running comfortably in 3rd place with Nasrel Racing. Again, they started in 4th and currently running in 4th along with Alpha Racing Team. Still running again where they started. Then it is Pit Speed Racing, another car that's made moves in the top 10. Only one, but still up to 6th place, with Zaza up 4 since the start to 7th for Zaza Racing Team. SG&U Performance started in 8th, currently running in 8th place, with Falcon Morris behind them, up 3 spots to 9th position. And of course, after that very early second pit stop, it is 5 Star Racing. They started in 6th place, currently running in 10th position. Vladimir Zavil for the Naked Demons, 2 places down on where they started, in 9th, just outside the top 10. Door is a dominant performance for the dominant Calet Racing, again another team that won this championship a few races ago, to be perfectly brutal. They have been absolutely brutally decisive in these races, bringing home multiple wins. Both cars scoring good points exactly when they need to, and they've had this one wrapped up for quite some time. But again, out here today and putting in another absolutely dominant performance. Leading from the front with Matthew Hughes for the Apex Predator, another team that have had good seasons in the 3s and the 4s. Find themselves in 2nd place at the moment. They are currently matching Doer for lap times, which is keeping the gap at that 33 second mark. Panetta is dropping off the pace at the moment. The Merc Currently 36 seconds down. Oh, Wagner and Smith just making their way past the Carlett car. Sorry, they popped up as a yellow flag there. Verbush comes into the pits now. Let's see if Wagner can make the most of this traffic here and maybe get this overtake done. Mercedes should absolutely give him a run for his money in a straight line, but if you keep it close, oh, as they go into the twisty stuff, he almost goes into the boot of the Mercedes. The sound of that engine from the Merc, you would think it could probably carry the Porsche along with it. It doesn't do so. There is another car just ahead of Smith as well. That is a blue flag, I believe. Yeah, one of the Aston Martins. Through the Mercedes arena goes, so the Porsche is still hanging on in there. Maybe if they jumped up and down. No, we're all still running. Another car is having a bit of connection issue. He almost connected again. Here we go into turn number 5. Still got the Aston ahead of them. It's not Porsche. Let's cheer it. Let's just jump on. Can we see? Sorry, my apologies. Cannot for the life of me figure out. It's not Lopez. There we go. It's Kozubek. My apologies. Kozubek Racing Team. It's their Aston Martin are just in front of these two battling as well. So what is that? 20th position. Kozubek is where they started as well. So solid race for them, holding their starting position. Oh, and he's mounted those kits. Oh, and the Porsche's gone straight in motorsport. You can't park there. And that has not gone well for them at all. That has put them right out onto the gravel. Onto the grass. And Wagner losing a big chunk of time to Martin Smith, who can now put a back marker between himself and this one-time combatant. Let's see where Zahent. There is 23.5 seconds still as the gap. As Zahentner's just done a 154.5 followed by a 54.7. Samir Foss has done a 54.5. The same lap Zahentner did after a 54.0 as well. 54.2, the consistency absolutely off the charts from both of these drivers. They've now got 16 seconds back to close quarter racing. 54.4, he's just gone quicker there. Oh, what a race in the margins this is. 3 hours left to go. Definitely on a knife edge. Ravenko again, just a little bit of a tickle on the timing tower, unfortunately. Yeah, Ravenko definitely isn't leading. Not sure what's going on. That should sort itself out in a lap or two. Just a bit of a glitch in someone's connection to the race server. Wagner looking to catch back up to Smith after taking that off-track excursion through the final chicane. Manages to safely navigate it this time. Pereira, the next driver in order. There's Kozubek coming into the pits as Doer loses another 2 seconds to Matthew Hughes. But again, it won't be overly of concern to Carlett Racing. They've got the championship absolutely sewn up, but championship mindset, you want to bring home as many wins as you can. Yeah, the reason it won't be overly of concern is of course because Yudes took a standard pit stop, the Apex Predators took a standard pit stop themselves on the previous stop, so they won't be double stinting, so they won't be closing up that time, which means Doar can come in, take a full service and still come back out ahead and in a brand new car. And in fact there are the Calet Racing team swapping positions, GT3 Mercedes and GT4 Aston Martin. Yep, well, nice little flash there, beautiful interaction between the two as you would expect. And Wagner now finding himself under pressure from the McLaren behind. Oh, now that's Anatoly Kreuton. My apologies to Team 32, we haven't been that far down the order yet. They are on an absolute comeback charge. They dropped down to the back of the grid. They're back up to 20th place. So apologies to Team 32. Yeah, they started in 2nd position. I've never been this far down the grid. Yes, so apologies again to them. Team 32, they're on their way back. They did start in 2nd place. And they are monstering their way back through the field. They're back up to 20th position. Kreuton out driving on his own. Yeah, his first pit stop was only 23 minutes into the race. So indeed that was in fact the shortest first stint out of anyone. But is putting in some quick laps and dispatching some of the traffic, but is looking to unlap himself against the battle for position further up the field. Battle that does include this driver here, the one he's chasing down, Wagner, who's backing well within a second of Smith. Smith having a ropey run as the fellow Mercedes, the GT4 variety, just slowing him up ever so slightly, or catching up to him at an inopportune moment through the Mercedes arena. Has seen him lose even more time to Wagner behind Slater Motorsports. Wagner and the Porsche, well, that sun dazzling his way. That'll be a fun one through the windscreen in certain corners, just suddenly appearing. So yeah, this is what Kreuton is sat behind. Oh. Oh no, Wagner is still connected. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a connection issue. Just, yeah, bear with me a moment or two while I just check something. Yeah, a couple of server spikes, but hopefully everything. Yudes rhymes with Crown Youds. Got ya. Big love from Apex Predators, the GT4 ones. Janetta has too small a fuel tank to drive through Strat. Ah, got ya. So we're just new tyres, full send every stint, absolutely love it. And Magnus, thank you very much for the enunciation. So there we go, Matthew Youds. Do love the Janetta. You've got to be you can't not be a fan of this little monster. Would be better to get some nicer onboards. Very nicely done. As PSR go past in the Porsche. Oh, Sam Facht for the Team AMR Germany. That's out with the last corner. An extension of something that happened here. Oh, has a bit of a wiggle there, runs wide, thinks he's saved it, gets on the tarmac, no grip, no bueno, half spinno. And yeah, very awkward position trying to creep around there and avoid that barrier right at the end. So yeah, that could have been a few more millimetres. And that actually could have been a bit worse, but back out and running. So Team AMR Germany are having themselves a bit of an error there, but back out, as I say. Nicely back out on track. Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia, the dominant force in the GT3s, once again dominant here this evening. They've still got themselves a 24-second gap back to Samir Foss. They're holding the fastest lap and of course improving on it as the race continues. No surprise, we're down to 22 degrees. So we can see this track get itself pretty cold before the end of the race. Foss still putting in some absolutely lightning time. So too Kevin Manor, actually. I haven't mentioned them on the past couple of runs downs for close quarter. Started in third, running absolutely solidly in third, and again the consistency and pace of laps absolutely enviable. From the rest of the teams, I would say. They really are absolutely shifting. So too Ravenko. Bear with me a moment, just going to have a very quick pit stop, but do enjoy the continued action from the final round of the ACC Drive Endurance Series from LFM. It is the finale, and we've got 2 hours 53 minutes to go, 53 more minutes of me, and then it will be Olaf taking us through the home stretch. Back in a moment. There we go, back just in time for the drivers to start taking their next round of pit stops, as we see. Apex Predators in and out in the GT3 car, Wagner's in, Pereira is in, Martin Smith comes in, Carlet Racing already on their way back. Oh no, sorry, they're on their way in. Lopez in, Akasha, ooh! Akasha off track, the 109 with a couple of incidents there. Oh, we've got another car off track as well. Let's have a look and see what we can see. Up in Helicam, please. Thank you very much. Closing in very quickly on the GT4. Where's that down into what I like to call the hairpin, certainly. Oh, that's not going well for either car. That is, yeah, a lapse in judgment, I would say, from the Aston potentially. Let's see if there is another. No, just another angle of the contact they made. So Wittig, the GT3 Carlet Racing car makes their way into the pits. That one escaped me massively. Lopez comes into the pits as well and back out again in the Mustang. Back out in 16th position. Zahentner is still out. Who else have we got? So Manaram comes in. And straight back out again, so that of course puts Ravenko up to 3rd place temporarily. We did see the switch over in position at the previous pit stop, so no surprise it's happening again. I think we'll see exactly the same length of stint from the two drivers up at the front of the field as well. 2 hours and 24 into the race for Foch in his previous pit stop, and that is him now coming in for another one. So yeah, still quite a few pit stops to go, and in fact we might even see some more pit stops before. We will see more pit stops, or the start of another round of pit stops, just as I'm handing over to Olaf for the final stint. Zahentner, of course, we can do a little bit of skullduggery. Oh, so there you go, he's got a minute 18 left of this stint, so the Aston really is pushing this one to the edge of the limits with the time. I could certainly say that is a bold strategy. Potentially also a bold strategy, the amount of sugar I just put in that tea accidentally. Honey in your tea, by the way, it's very good for you. Certainly good for the voice as well. Ravenko into the pits and Foch in as well, just like the previous lap. Foch already on his way out as Ravenko is stationary. Zahentner will of course be in on this lap. 30 seconds to go out of the last chicane, and that right there is how you maximise a stint. My goodness, wow, crosses the line with less than 20 seconds to go out of a 48-minute stint. I would surmise that is how you win championships. Samir Foch back out in 2nd place as we expected. There is Manaram for close quarter again, as we expected. 3rd position, Ravenko back out in 4th. Matija makes back out behind the wheel, and Alpha Racing in 5th position. Stefan Vimazar making another appearance for Pit Speed Racing in their Porsche. Back out in 6th place. Let me just see. Zahentner comes into the pit, so yeah, once Zahentner comes out we'll get a check on the positions, although of course we're not expecting Zahentner's exit from the pits to cause any positional changes. Laugenberg is out for the leading GT4 car now. Carlet Racing maintaining the lead through that last pit stop, and they've come out ahead of Matthew Youds, who remains behind the wheel for the Apex Predators, 21 seconds ahead. Yeah, Youds 21 seconds behind. So they have closed that gap, so it'll be interesting to see what they can do in this stint. Laugenberg as well was stationary for 5 seconds longer than Laugenberg, so that certainly helped. Laugenberg was stationary for 5 seconds longer than Youds. Youds 32.8, 37.6. A couple of other teams with their pit stops. 36 seconds for Wesker coming out for Diaza. And their Merck Selk for Racehouse. And Kitsuni's come out for Team Purple Deluxe. Up 5 places for them, so great race from them so far. Certainly trending in the upward direction. It is Lucas Road back out behind the wheel for SimRC Endurance by Barmenia. Road now 28 seconds ahead of Foch. We'll see if that settles down, or where that settles down to. Foch on his... he's completed his outlap. He was slower than Rhodes' outlap by a second, in fact. That's Rhodes just completed his, whereas Foch coming through the fingers again, really pushing those track limits. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many drive-throughs we see come towards the end of the race for track limits as well. Those momentary lapses in concentration can certainly add up over 6 hours, or at least, yeah, certainly can add up over the opening 5 hours, and yeah, make it a last hour. An interesting one as far as behaving yourself goes. There is second in the GT3s. Oh no, that's the second Carlett car, sorry. Laugenberg in the middle of the track. And Youds is closing in the gap now under 20 seconds. Youds a second quicker on that previous lap. Are we seeing a bit of a resurgence here? Laugenberg still got Michael Myers to come out and take a stint as far as the wear. Oh, Timo Krobler or Myers, I'm not sure if they took any of the earlier stints. They certainly may well have. Plenty of GT3s. It's always fun times just after the pit stops. Let's see what Missler can do against Wittig, who's out, and Anatoly Krolin as well. Up to 13th position, back up to 18th position. Yeah, so I'm going to reset that there for the position. We're just on board with Mistler, who's looking to get a position for Straighter Motorsport in their Ferrari. They've dropped a couple of positions since the race started. We've got Wittig just ahead of them in the Cal Racing Mercedes. They've got third place Kevin Panorama just ahead of them. Cal Racing taking the extreme inside line. The Ferrari looking to defend, or sorry, looking to attack while the Mercedes defends through the Mercedes arena. That is Mistler that will continue to hunt. Got Castro making a move as well, actually. Lusitania up a position on where they started at the expense of Straighter Motorsports Porsche, dropping back down to 14th position. So Castro with some very good pace in the stint already, over a second quicker than there on that previous lap, so not really a surprise that overtake took place, correct. Straighter's other car, of course, looking to get involved in some overtaking as well. In fact, Mayer in the Porsche still within 4/10. Incredible stuff. A lot of traffic coming up, and that is the Apex Predators. Janetta holding a beautiful line through the Schumacher S. Oh, and he's gone a bit late on the brakes. He's given him a big shunt in the rear. He's going to wait and give the position back, of course, as the GT4's unwittingly involved in that little stramash there as well. So Miesler, sorry, giving Wittig's tyres a nice bit of an extra warm-up after so recently coming into the pits. Very generous of him, of course. Track temperature down to 21 degrees. That'll get his rears. That'll get a few PSI in his rears, that's for sure. Amongst everything else, the cloud is gathering as well. We do have a bit of cloud cover. We're now just past 7 PM local time, so you can see these shafts of lights come bouncing through the window into turn number 1. Not the ideal location when you're trying to spot white braking markers. As you can see, the red and whites, yeah, the white especially, absolutely disappears in the reflection, but those red and white curbs disappearing through multiple corners. Oh, now out the Mercedes arena, actually, they've got not quite as much interference from the sun as I thought they would have. A bit more here, and then it hits the rear view mirror. Of course it does. Just that extra bit of fun for the drivers to contend with. Miesler looking to get it done the right way this time. The Straighter Motorsport Ferrari, as I say, it started 15th position, so it is down a couple of spots. Now, sorry, I've really got that wrong. They took their first pit stop after 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes. So that would indeed be the earliest pit stop that was seen in the race, so they are definitely made a comeback. And I tell you, that's that is a very good recovery drive. A very good recovery drive, and they're looking to continue at the expense of Calit. They've got one of the Hondas. Chasing them down, that team is up. It's Meeks or Ravenko. Ravenko, there we go. Ravenko in 4th. Now he is keeping pace with Manoram. Very handily indeed. 8 seconds is the gap there. Manoram now 19 down on Foss, and he's hitting some Olympic times as Kevin Manoram. Now the temperature's dropping. He's just done his race quickest 54.0. Still only good enough to get him to within 20 seconds of Samir Foch. Foch slightly losing the battle up at the top at the moment. The lap times going the way of Rhodes. He was 2/10 quicker on the previous couple of laps. Yeah, 53.4, 53.7, 53.8, 53.6, 54.0, 53.8. So certainly in the ballpark, but as we can see, Road moving just that little bit quicker. We've got a hello in the chat, Luco25. Good afternoon or good evening, welcome in, it is now evening. But yeah, welcome in to LFM, final round of the ACC Drive Endurance Series, lifetime memberships. Lifetime licenses, sorry, up for grabs for the winners in both teams, which has already been decided. Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia in the GT3 class and Callet Racing in the GT4. Yeah, looking for quite the clean sweep with the brace win here today potentially. Both of them looking very good for it indeed. Oh, that's just the white flag. Laugenberg on track. He's got one or two. Where is Anatoly Kreuton now? Back up to 16th position. Yeah, so Kreuton making a steady charge back through the field was 23rd. Came out of the pits 23rd after their second pit stop, and they're now back up to 16th. They get themselves back on the lead lap, or at least one. Yeah, so they're just over a lap down at the minute. The pit stops might help them in that respect. Benjamin Rauch comes into the pits for the Apex Predators. Now they. Oh, now they've had a big incident out of the pits and they are back in to get some damage repaired. Let's see what we can see then. So this is heading up into the Schumacher SS. You can easily end up the front end damage through here, as anyone knows. And there we go. Oh, it got worse from there. Okay. Oh wow, the back of the car just lifted, bounce. Wow. So the back of the car just lifts for them ever so slightly on the way out of the last chicane, and that is face first into the wall. I mean, your only saving grace there is right on the pit entrance, but having been at the pits so recently, absolutely not ideal for the Apex Predators. That is Rauch back into the pits with a fair bit of damage to repair. Miesler and Wittig still going at it. Miesler looking for a way around the outside into turn number 1. Nothing doing at the moment as they head into the Mercedes arena. It's the Mercedes of Wittig soaking up the pressure at the minute. Falling over myself quite a lot today. Yeah, a little bit of tyre squeal on the exit, but not too much though. He's got a bit of the stint left. Yeah, actually does have a fair bit of the stint left. Not been out for long, of course, so another couple of pit stops at least for the teams. 29 seconds now is the gap up at the front. Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia were running a pretty constant 23-24 seconds ahead of Foch in second place. They're now up to 28 seconds. That is Lucas Road pretty consistently into the 53s. He is absolutely nailing these laps at this point. Foch just outside the 53s, 54.1, 54.2, 54.3. Ungodly consistency and pace, but just not quite enough at this stage in the race to match what Lucas Road is doing behind the wheel of that Aston Martin. Absolutely flying. Let's get a look and see. And he does have, yeah, he's only driven 15 minutes. He's got 31 minutes left of his 48 minute stint. So plenty time to cook, I believe they say. And just coming up behind a Cash. Another car with an interesting race. It's Benson Leal. My apologies. There he is. So yeah, 5-Star Racing, 10th place. They're back up to as well. They've got the race lead Aston Martin breathing down their neck at the minute. So they'll get past pretty quickly, but they've certainly got pace and a bit of time left to try and make back places. 30 seconds down on Glatzel for the Apex Predators, who's inside the top 10, almost a minute down though. On SG and Dew, it's Andreas Knopf who is out behind the wheel at the moment. John Razor's had a couple of stints as well so far. Maybe I'll see them swap back over again before the end of the race. Laugenberg is now only 13 seconds ahead. And he's got 23 minutes left of this stint. I would say at this pace, Youds is certainly looking good to get close before the next pit stop. Yeah, that's another 8 tenths on the previous lap there. 2:04.8, 2:04.9, 2:04.7. You want to talk consistency? Let's check out the GT4. Laugenberg certainly consistent as well. 2:05.6, 2:05.8, 2:06.2. But that consistency is consistently about 7 tenths slower than the Ginetta. Full service, fresh tyres, full send. Every stint does seem to be paying dividends at this part of the this point of the race. With 2 hours 26 to go. Wesker. As the Bentley goes past, yep, Wesker for Dieza. Still in third, Glenn Selkin fourth for Racehouse Esports, with Kitsun for Team Purple Deluxe in fifth, Kobayashi for Celestial Sphere in sixth, Tuziani for Team PWR. Inside the top 10, just ahead of Carlton Racing's second car. They've gained a position in the race. We've lost 3 cars since the start, but overall Sonny Pellicar for Quetzalito Racing. Certainly the enunciation's been tested this week for sure. Bring up the rear of the field in 30th. Miesler still looking pretty quick, but Wittig in the Merc managing to stay ahead. The Ferrari, a very good all-rounder, but certainly challenged, shall we say, when it comes to all-important top-end speed. And the Mercedes certainly making the most of that advantage. Across the start-finish line again, the long legs of the Mercedes disappear off into the distance, and Ferrari no place near until we get deep into the braking zone around the apex. We go, the cars get close, and the Mercedes once again disappears off. This section will certainly favour the Ferrari, but as soon as we start going down the hill, look at that sun over those trees. It doesn't really matter what view you use. Even I know a lot of the drivers, we probably shouldn't show, but yeah, a lot of the drivers use this one, of course, or the bonnet cam. That is a whole lot of sun rays to be coming through. Miesler keeping it within half a second though. Anatoly Kreuton coming into the pits from 19th, and in fact back out again. With 2 hours 23, so another couple of pit stops left to take at least. Let's see what Miesler is doing. Right, so he's ahead of Asphalt there. And has stayed ahead of Kozubek as well, quite comfortably in fact. Sorry, yeah, they're a couple of laps down. That's jumped about again. Telemetry not quite hitting the mark today. Tobias Leiberg definitely is hitting the mark, but Youds is hitting them. consistently better at the moment. Oh, Miesler is off. Miesler is massively off. So let's see, this is heading down at Van Bogen. Oh, the Mercedes has a big wiggle at the top of the hill. The Ferrari absolutely destroying him for pace. Moves to the inside line. Yeah, just... no, yeah, so that one is hard to verbalise. The Mercedes threatened to make a defensive move. The Ferrari had a wiggle, so we'll watch it again. It's not great when the commentator can't verbalise what's happening on screen, as that is exactly your entire job. This is the wrong incident. So this happened before, so this has brought them closer together prior to the incident that we've seen. So is the Mercedes already... nope. So yeah, there you go, you can see the Mercedes loses the back end down the hill towards Van Bogen. The Ferrari moves to the inside. Oh, and he's just overcompensated. And that is a big spin. A gentle nudge, thankfully, on the barrier, so not much in the way of rear end damage, hopefully, for the Straighter Motorsport Ferrari. Certainly plenty of frustration, I'm sure, as they try to catch back up. They've just been, yeah, Vimazar's Pit Speed Racing have gone past them as well in the Porsche. Lucas Road still putting a hurting on the rest of the field, although he was a tenth slower than Samir Foch on that previous lap, but still maintaining a gap of 28 seconds. Which is quite the feat, and of course... yeah, still got 24 minutes left of his stint, so that'll take us to just under 2 hours, and at 48 minutes a stint, we're going to see the teams with a final 30-minute stint, approximately 26 minutes, something of that ilk. Potentially going to see someone try and take some last race positions. Trying to double stint the tyres in the GT3s potentially. I mean, the track temperature is coming down. We're already down from 32 degrees down to 20 degrees. That cloud cover certainly helping, and of course 7:20 PM local time. So we're going to be fast approaching 9 PM. So more time off the top. More temperature off the top of the track, I would think. So yeah, it's MRC Endurance, absolutely, again, dominant in the championship, dominant again here today, maintaining that gap of 22nd of Calat Racing as well, although the gap between Calat and Apex Predators in the GT4s has steadied ever so slightly. Laugenberg managing 3/10 quicker than Youds on that previous lap. So that 3 to 4 second drop has now gone back for the first time in 6 laps in the way of Calat. So yeah, 20 minutes they've got left of their stint, so just need to steady the ship ever so slightly, and that will certainly help. Quite a few cars making move. Petrov not long out of the pits himself, they're making demons down 2 places overall. But certainly showing some good pace to try and get themselves back towards that top 10 within 15 seconds of Benson Lau, who himself looking very quick indeed, trying to catch up to 9th place. Straighter still trying to catch up to Castro, and of course Dieza still holding a good solid 3rd place in the GT4s, a minute down on the 2 cars ahead. Given the pace they've got, not too shabby at all. They do have as well, though, a minute and 20 to Racehouse Esports behind them. So a solid performance by Wesker and the team in that Mercedes, holding on to 3rd place. Oh, as we can see, sorry, which? Oh, it's Miesler, of course it is. I see there's Miesler just going up the inside through the Mercedes arena. Very nicely done indeed. Make sure you get into the LFM Discord as well, of course. Votes are being cast for Season 20. Season 19 has been absolutely off the charts. So make sure you get yourself signed up and following all the channels on Twitch and YouTube to make sure you get to see all the action from Season 20. It's going to be another absolute barn burner. And of course, the November 1st, 24 hours of the Nordschleife to come as well. So make sure you get tuned in for that. There will be a lot of coverage of that race. So make sure, yeah, you tune in and see, will we see anyone do what Luke Whitehead did not so long ago? And of course lost his beloved dog, so as a homage, put his beloved pet on the side of the car in a livery and ran a 24-hour at the Nordschleife single-handed and managed to finish third in the top split. Just an absolutely gargantuan effort to achieve something like that. So yeah, are we going to see something like that? You never know. You never know. Lucas Road, 29 seconds. He's just cracked the 53s once again. Did an uncharacteristically slow 54.7. It's just gone down 54.1, 54.9. He is monstering it. The consistency for Foss as well. The drivers that are leading the way in both of these races, the consistency in lap times is absolutely key to this. Absolutely key. Consistency will win things. To finish first, you must first finish. Oh, Ravenko's are coming together with Lopez in the Mustang, the 117. Oh, a couple of yellow flags. Let's see what this one is first of all. Oh, yeah, the Mustang did leave space. I think the Honda just underestimated his pace on the way in there, unfortunately. We'll just check this one again. But yeah, you can see the Mustang leaves more than enough room, and the Honda just doesn't account, because the Mustang is as far out on the left as he can go. There's no place further he can be. Yeah, so I would say, at first glance, I'm not a steward, but certainly at first glance, that to me... Oh, Wittig with a yellow flag. He's stationary. Wittig is stationary. Sorry, we're still in the replay. Okay, let's have a look. So this isn't the final chicane, the Mercedes. No one around him either. He's been under pressure from Meissler for quite a few laps. Oh, he's put wheels on the grass. Just a few millimetres of rubber on the grass as he pressed the brakes, and that is no bueno, especially when it's two wheels on one side of the car. So that is Wittig with a big spin. Wittig the 115, I think the 117, did we see this? Oh yes, this is the Honda incident, apologies. We've seen this one. Now, what that's done up at the front, oh, it was Ravenko. Yes, of course, Ravenko who got involved in that. Now finds himself dropping back. Matija Meeks has been thrown an absolute lifeline in the middle phase of this stint. He is now within 5/10ths. And Ravenko, it'll be interesting to see how he does getting his tyres up to pressure. Long trip on the gravel, and not a warm track to work with. Meeks will be, in the Honda, not looking clever at all through that final chicane, and that is job done surely. Matija Meeks takes the apex on the way out of the last corner, and that is done and dusted. What an exit that is. The Honda tyres, I did allude to that there. Said the Honda top end speed. Did anyone say one of the quickest cars in ACC in a straight line? There we go. Can he get it done on the brakes now? No problem with the tyres there. As he run himself a bit deep as the McLaren goes for the cutback. He's got the outside line on the way into the Mercedes arena. Leaves as little room as possible, but the Honda stays in there. Elbows marginally out from both drivers as they look to both stand their ground. No quarter given their ass through Mercedes. On the way down into turn number 5. This is going to be an interesting proposition as the McLaren half backs out of it there. Realised he was going to have 2 wheels on the grass, but that might have done him, stood him in good stead there as the Honda does run a little bit deep on the way out of Mercedes. Down into 5. Nope, not close enough. Ooh, I did wonder there. Thought Ravenko might have overshot it on the way out, but he's not. He's managed to hold on to that. Smith and Castro are having themselves a battle as well, so coming towards the middle phase of the stint. And Castro for Lusitania now finds himself being absolutely engulfed by a Mercedes bonnet. Into the final chicane. The McLaren should do slightly better through here, and absolutely does. The Mercedes on the absolute limit. Meeks with a white flag. Is that it is Matthew Yowes. They've just gone past. He's about to lap another GT4 car himself, such as the pace that they're showing up at the front of the field in the GT4s as well as the GT3s. Laugenberg and Yowes. Yowes now separated by 11 seconds. So again, is going in the favour of Yowes, he's only got 8 minutes left of his stint. Laugenberg has got 8 minutes left of his. So yeah, Laugenberg has absolutely done enough, you would think, to maintain the gap. Yowes half a second quicker. Oh, he's just on a 205. So Laugenberg was slower by half a second, and he's now slower by a tenth on that lap there. Half a second the lap before is what I'm trying to verbalise, not very effectively unfortunately. So the lap times are a bit up and down between the two of them, but Yowes is consistently putting in those quicker laps. But I do think, again, Laugenberg has done just enough to keep himself out in front before they come in for their next pit stop. And that was with the Calit team. Again, they stopped for 37 seconds on their last pit stop. 5 seconds longer. So they've judged that one to absolute perfection by the look of it. Smith trying to catch back up to Castro. Matija Meeks in danger of losing the slipstream to the car ahead, although we've got a GT4 going to bring them back very close together again as we head up towards, flashing lights, the GT4 car. Not overly impressed. They've all made it through safely though. So Meeks trying to hang on. See if he can take advantage of Ravenko's issues. The two of them again, only a second separating them with a few laps to go before they come into the pits. We've got M. Swati, thank you very much for the follow here at the LFM English channel. Of course, German and Spanish catered for as well. Fifth place there. Rhodes just on a 54.3. So again, 2 seconds quicker, 29 seconds the gap there. Foch though, overall 21 places on where he started. It's been an absolutely phenomenal drive. Meeks is back to within a second. Is he going to be able to do anything though? Wow, only 9 minutes left. I might step behind the microphone actually. We've got Olaf bringing home the closing 2 hours. So in preparation I will jump into there. And yeah, that will bring season 19 to a close. What a season it's been, all back catalogued on YouTube, so make sure you jump over there. Like and subscribe, subscribe to the channel, like all the streams, and you can watch the season unfold. There's been some absolutely incredible races. a few races a week during the off season. Get the blood pumping for season 20 once again. Meeks certainly keeping the blood pumping on the car ahead of him. He is all over the back of Ravenko once again. Ravenko looked like he was maybe breaking away a bit, but the McLaren firmly hanging on to that slipstream for all it's worth, and really starting to give the Honda a run for its money in a straight line. Certainly better equipped against the Honda than a Ferrari, but the Honda, you would think, still going to come out on top. Can he make the most of that final chicane? He certainly can. The Honda making a bit of a meal of that one. It's cost him. He's lost the back end. He's lost all momentum. The McLaren didn't have enough room on the inside with the sliding Honda. He's had so much more traction then, but the Honda again in the early phase is just going to start to pull away. I think we're going to see a move into turn number 1. We certainly are. The McLaren's going to fancy this on the brakes. The Honda leaves more than enough room and then closes it up at the apex. Nicely done by the Honda, leaving just enough room so the McLaren had to go as tight as possible and scrub as much pace as possible, but he's still in the hunt here. Matthias Meeks still looking for the move as he positions the car through the Mercedes arena, looking to make the most of the exit. No, he's not going to get it done here. And again, early phase, Honda just runs away. Into turn at number 5 we go once again. We're 119 laps into this one. We are 7 minutes away from 4 hours of racing. That's a whole lot of tyres the drivers have gone through. Miesler has come into the pits. This will be their 6th trip in. So more drivers starting to come in. I think the race leader... Oh, he's only got 9 minutes left. Yeah, so we'll be just under the 2 hour mark, of course. So 9 minutes left. A couple of other cars might be out in a bit sooner than that. As we see some more cars in fact coming in. There is Meeks still trying to find his way past Ravenko. Now Ravenko really will be ruining that mistake. Found himself well off track, really struggled to get the tyres back up and running again with the grass and the gravel that was on them. And Smith and Castro looking to continue their battle into the pit stops as well. Can America United Racing get themselves ahead? Lusitania by PT Pro, we'll certainly hope not. McLaren versus Mercedes, it is an interesting moment of the bob the way it is. Okay, there we go. Sorry, yeah. So Andre Castro, Martin Smith has dropped down a bit as they've gone past that car. Just sorting out the next commentator. We'll have Olaf in very soon. He'll be bringing us to our conclusion for Series 19. Oh, it's been an absolutely incredible. Thank you to LFM for putting on the series. Thank you to everyone that's taken part and everyone that's viewed over the season. It has been another absolute cracker. I cannot wait, fingers crossed, back for season 20. Vimazar coming out of the pits, Zaza into the pits, not coming in as well. So yeah, right around the 2 hours to go mark, a lot of cars coming in. Manaram, and there's Matthias Meeks comes in, so of course Ravenko will go, or will stay, sorry, in 4th place. Well, that's going to be very close. Ravenko needs some good laps here. Manaram in 3rd. We'll see Manaram come in for close quarter. Ravenko will go past. Lucas Rowe will be the last one out of everyone to come in. As Zaza comes in, let's see what Laugenberg has got on the cards. So he's 46, 47, he's coming in on this lap. So yeah, that will be this lap for the GT4 race leader. I believe it will be for Youds as well. Oh yeah, Youds has only got a minute left of his stint. We're going to stay on board here. I think they've stayed out a lap too long. Oh no, sorry, my apologies. I've looked at that completely wrong. He's got just over a minute left. Yeah, sorry. My apologies. Mr. Doom and Gloom. Yeah, Mr. Doom and Gloom there, but no, they can't come in at the end of this lap. Lukenberg will come in. Wesker should pop in as well. Selk comes in for Racehouse, and Kitsune for Team Purple Deluxe. They come in as well as they're swamped by GT3 cars. Once again, that's Strater Motorsports Porsche coming in to the pits. Wow. American United come in their Mercedes. Lusitania RN, so too are the Apex Predators. In fact, they're back out again in their Ferrari, 10th place. Good exit from the pits for them. 5-star Racing inside the top 10 now that the pit stops are happening once again. We'll see where they are when they come out of the pit, of course. That will be the important metric by which they will be measured for the previous stint. But they have put in some pretty quick laps. Razor has just been into the pit, so too has Zaza, of course. So these two will remain ahead of Liao and 5-star Racing. Sven Freytag in and out of the pits. That's 6th place, so they will stay there. And it's Krillin out for Alpha Racing Team behind the wheel through Advan Bogan. Ravenko just through turn 4. Manoram should be coming in on this pit, should be coming into the pit on this lap, I do believe. So we'll see if he decides to do so. Now 22 seconds down on Foss, so almost matching Foss lap on lap and keeping the gap pretty consistent. Foss is losing time to Lucas Road now. That gap now up to 32 seconds. So an absolutely heroic drive by Foss so far, but at the minute Road is the holder of the pace. As well, it's only by a 1/10 of a second. So it's not like Foss has been massively outgunned here up at the top. It's just the odd 1/10 or 2 here and there. Confirmation, there is Manoram into the pits, as he will take, yeah, still got 2 to 3 pit stops to go. Oh, it's going to be an interesting end. It's going to be an end that I will not see though. Let me just make sure we can all hear him as he comes into the commentary box. There's the race leader, and joining me in the box, once again, it is Mr. Olaf. Good evening, Olaf. How are we? Looking forward to the closing 2 hours, no doubt.
Good evening. Yeah, it's exciting, of course. In these 6 hours, I've been checking in at the start. I've been checking in every now and then. I just saw a replay. I just decided to watch like 5 minutes ago, just maybe see what's going on. Came in for a replay, instant incident, and I just heard you talk about something interesting about pit stops for the final 2 hours. That might come into play later. I'll figure that out as we go on. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one.
It is, yeah. Well, with the 48-minute stint timer, they're coming into the pits now. So we've got almost 120 minutes left. 2 stints is almost 100 minutes, so there could be a 26-minute stint at the end for the drivers. Could we see anyone crazy going for a double stint in the GT3s on the tyres? It's 19 degree. Another interesting one to keep an eye on as well, Olaf. Track temperature has dropped from 32 degrees to 19. So it's
right.
absolutely tumbled. Very much in the driver's favour as Samir Foss comes in to the pits from 2nd place. And of course, the biggest news of all, Anatoly Kroitin started in 2nd, ended up in 28th, is back up to 15th. And Samir Foss started, I'm sure you'll have heard, started in 23rd and is currently running in 2nd place, and has been for quite some time. So
I've seen
incredible.
I've seen the end of qualifying, and I've seen that Ford qualified very late. So seeing him in second place was already like, oh, what is going on? Very excited to see where he's going to come out. Of course, after the stops, as third place is also coming in now. So round of pit stops now, and I'm sure the final 2 hours are going to be an absolute blast.
Indeed it is, indeed it is. Well folks, again, thank you to everyone, not just for today, but for the entirety of season 19. We love having you all in for the broadcast. English, German and Spanish all catered for. Almost 260,000 drivers and 114 million laps driven. Get yourself involved. I will be back for season 20, but I will leave you in the more than capable hands of Olaf, who will take us through to the end of this one as the race leader jumps in. So the mics will go quiet for a moment, and then Olaf will be back for the end. So until season 20, stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your night. Good night.
All right then, everything should be all set and sorted on the broadcast side. Good evening, everybody. My name is Olaf, AK Pops Racing, and I'll be your commentator for the final 2 hours of this event. The switchover should have gone smoothly, and I don't think we've missed more than a few frames on this one. Good stuff onto John, and also for Christian for the first 2 hours of the race. I've joined in for qualifying, watching, of course. Joined in for a few moments here and there in the race while having dinner, as that's Cruton having a little tap in the rear to Smith. Smith spinning out, Cruton onto the grass, and that is the first point of action of the day already of my 2 hour stint. It came bright and early. Cruton staying ahead, no, just letting Smith pass. Very, very good sportsmanship. Dropping back down to 15th, and that was just a little bit too eager on the on the brakes. Should I say a little bit too loose on the brakes. So that's Cruton into 15th place. Checking in with some of the other battles that are going on. This is Robert Kerlin, currently in 5th place, a second away from 4th. We were just checking in with Foch, who we were speaking with. It's currently 29 seconds behind Sehentner. I should probably open up the live timing somewhere to be able to see what exactly is going on. Let's see, live timing. We should have that open right here so I can check the stints and how long ago drivers have done their stop. So currently on this stint, Zehender is 2 laps in, so has just stopped and gotten the wheel away from road, which is quite unfortunate for everyone behind him, because that is going to be equal on pit stops. So that will be net first place as it stands for the 101 car, currently in the lead. We're now looking at the 102 car, the ART, currently in 5th place. Krillin at the hands of the Alpha Racing team. Pace is looking quite strong. Last lap 54.6. Quite fast are these drivers, and they are quite quick. I believe my personal best around here would be somewhere into the 55s, and that is on low fuel in the qualifying run. And these guys are just dropping 54s as if it's nothing on race pace. So 4 hours already gone. Special thanks, of course, to all the drivers that are driving solo. One thing that I'm noting now is that you can see a Bentley in 3rd place, Maniram in the 104 car in 3rd place, quite comfortably as well, 20 seconds behind. That's something you don't see every single day. The Astons, the Fords, your Hondas, McLarens, Porsches, Ferraris, of course, Mercedes, BMWs, all cars that you can see dominating quite hard in some events. But the Bentley's not a car that you usually see that often going into these endurance races. But I'm happy to see that they are on the board. Cruton, in the meantime, has caught up back to the rear of Smith again. So he's within 2 seconds. Should be looking for something sometime soon. So that's going to take a few moments before we head on to the next onboard. Looking at the 401 car of Laugenberg at the moment, the CRT number 401 car, the lead of the GT4s. You can see a comfortable lead of almost a full minute over Reigns in the 402 car in 2nd place, and Panetta in the 405 car in 3rd place. So we're going to be rounding out the final event of the season. And like John said, it's one more event to finish out a season 19. And it has been a ride and a half. I've seen so many things during this season. So many overtakes, so many strategies that I'm just impressed with. And I will be making my way back to racing hopefully sometime soon. Krillin getting some good overtakes on in the GT4s. The lapped cars getting out of the way. And he's got his sights set now for possibly a podium finish in the next 2 hours. Still a few pit stops to go. It's gonna take a few more hours to solidify all these standings. But that's going to be the end. These final 2 hours of this season. Personally, I've enjoyed quite a few rounds around here. We've had earlier on in the season a Kyalami event, Kyalami week, which was my personal favorite. Really liked the Kyalami circuit. Of course, the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife past Thursday in the Pro Series. And now we have the Nürburgring GP track for the Endurance Series to finish off Season 19 in spectacular fashion. And hopefully we'll all be here again for Season 20. I'm very excited to see what the calendar will be. I don't know at this point. We'll have to wait like everyone else to see what what it will be. As Creatine is now giving a good old send on the inside of Smith, who's lost some places, and this is currently fighting alongside the lapped cars, because we were just looking at the 102 car of Krillin, who's currently in 5th and just a few meters behind. As you can see on the track map on the top right side of your, or the middle right side of your screen, the 105 car, the red bubble currently highlighted, and just 2 cars back we see the 117 and the 102 car. And the 102 car is Krillin, the 117 is Rovenko. Currently ahead of these guys is a car further back, and that's Kryutin. Small mistake, a little bit too deep. And that is Rovenko through. And Krillin is right behind Kryutin. This is going to be an overtake, and we can switch between the 2 cars. There we go. That's Krillin on his way to get past these back markers. That's 1 lap in between P5 and P15. That's all that we can see. Kryutin now getting out of the way. Small white flag being shown on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. The gap increasing, of course. Kryutin forward about 4.5 seconds is the gap now. Krillin still under the 2 seconds to Rovenko ahead. There's not that much action going on other than the laps that are being done. Might hop on board with the with the controls to see what the drivers are doing and how they're feeling. I think I can actually take that with Krillin, as we're doing a lap. It's about 2 seconds to Rovenko ahead, and see where Krillin struggles. He goes up to 6th gear, almost. So he breaks at the 100-meter board. First gear through the hairpin, not mistaking for the Nordschleife layout. You have to go through the arena this time. That means all the way around for turn number 3. The downhill onto turn number 4. A little bit of feathering on the brakes there from Krillin, as you can see by the feet. They move accordingly to how Krillin is doing that in real life as well. Saw a little bit of a struggle out of the exit of turn 1. And that's a slide there as well, as Krillin is struggling with the car. The gap ahead only increasing. Rovenko on a mega lap. Currently 2/10 quicker than he has done in the past 15 minutes. So easy on the throttle there. Krillin seems to be a bit impatient there. We saw early throttle application and then back up quite early, quite often, as that is a sudden and heavy braking. You can see the feet switching from the clutch pedal to the brake pedal as soon as he starts applying the brakes. But we're not seeing too many dangerous activities from Krillin's steering wheel. And there's a few moments where he loses a little bit of traction, starts sliding a tiny bit. But other than that, I think it's all good. Might just be testament to how far and how hard he is pushing this car. This McLaren, of course, around the track, losing a little bit of time to Rovenko ahead. There's a yellow flag here for Liao. Let's see where that's coming from. That's stationary on the right-hand side of the track, and that means that Liao will be back into the pits. And seemingly the 109 car out of the race. So that means that Moritz will be taking 1 place if he gets past the timing line, and, well, has already taken it. So Liao out of the race. The 109 car stationary. Unfortunately not able to complete the full 6 hours. And Moritz hereby inheriting P9. And everyone behind him also getting a place. So that's of course always interesting to see. I saw the yellow flags, but I didn't see the car until I went to the other camera set, and suddenly there it was. Krillin now kind of close to the car ahead. That is not for position. The car ahead on for position is the 117 car. It's a little bit further ahead. There it is. Just got a GT4 in the way as well. But we are looking at the 113 car, I believe that is. If we scroll a little bit further down, that seems to be Smith. There it is. Smith now letting Krillin past, and then also getting past a GT4. And here we are back with the other battle as well, as Creatine has gained another 2 seconds to close that gap. And there it is. Creatine in the red car, the 105, a little bit further behind. There he is in the McLaren, trying to chase down the 113 Mercedes. So again, these two fights happening on practically the same part of the track. Smith inheriting P13 after we saw the 109 car off the track. We see another yellow flag for Jose Mendes. That's after turn 3, or into turn 3, off the track. It seems to be losing positions as he's dropping down the order. Mayer through, Smith through, Creatine through. Mendes now back onto the track, but losing 3 places. That shows that Smith and Creatine are both catching Mayer as well. And Mayer with a small off-track excursion, as he is currently slowing down as well. Is that to make space for the leaders? It surely is. That is one of the Hondas out in front. That does mean he's losing time to Smith, to the 119 Porsche. Holding on to 11th, striving for a top 10 finish. Still have 2 stints to go. That's probably Rovenko that went on through. Rovenko in the 117 car. Krillin right behind him. The gap up to 2 seconds. I think that we are currently looking at the closest is Smith and Creatine, as you can see now from the rear wing, the ring mirror, just over the rear wing of the Martin Smith, the 113 Mercedes, looking back at Creatine. And Natalie Creatine in 13th. Mayer has to watch out now though, because it's now 3 cars quite closely on a short piece of the track. Just hoping that they're not impeding Krillin at all. The 102 just a little bit further up ahead. And the gap starting to shrink now, which after 4 hours is quite impressive. So we do have a few more stops to go. Baust is in for the 120 car. That's a small look for Creatine. He's looking on the inside, trying to put in the pressure. But Smith holding on to his line. Not budging under anything that the 105 is throwing at them at the moment. Smith holding on for now, as traffic is being passed. It's the 407 car. That is Christoph Noss, currently in 25th. That is 5th in class. Here we have another look from Creatine. Just ducking into the slipstream once more, just to hold on to the position. Trying to get a good exit to follow this Mercedes through. Chicane coming up. Should not be a place to overtake. But that doesn't mean that Creatine can't make himself known in the mirrors. That's a big look. But not a send just yet. Seeing too much speed going through this. But here comes a braking zone, and especially into turn 1. McLaren going into the pits. So that's Creatine into the pits, into the box, releasing himself from this fight and leaving Smith to chase down Mayer, who was just under a second up ahead. The 119 car right in front, the Porsche holding on to 11th, just outside of the top 10. As Petrov holds the honor as it stands. Moritz showing a white flag, probably to let one of the other cars pass. Except that he's clear, so that must be a mistake. That's the second loss for Falk Moritz. But not to worry, he still has about 40 seconds behind Petrov. So Creatine is in the pits, and that does bring him all the way down to 19th place. So that is currently what we're looking at in terms of distance to every other driver. So that's from 13th to 19th. It's a very big drop, as he's currently on his way out of the pit lane. As the 114 car currently goes on through as Blaschke. And it seems that Creatine has lost a whole bunch of time there from that pit stop. He does get up to 17th, so that is a telemetry issue. After crossing some timing lines, it's back up to 17th. So Blaschke getting through Creatine now in 17th place from 13th. So it is quite close still, everyone in the middle pack. Currently looking at Sebastian Zehen there from the SimRC Endurance by Barmenia. Out in first place, doing 50 low 54s. Strong showing for the SimRC team. No doubt an absolute blast of a team. I've seen these guys in multiple endurance races. The Barmenia teams, SimRC teams are always quick, no doubt. So very happy to see them back at the top once again for an endurance race, but it is not over yet. We still have one solo driver, Samir Foch, in second place. He still has the opportunity to do a funny thing and win the race if anything happens to the front runners. I'm not about to commentate his curse on the race leader, so I think we'll quickly shift our focus to Smith once again. Start chasing down Mayer. The gap still around 2 seconds on the previous lap. 0.8 of an advantage to Mayer. It's the 119 car, a little bit too quick for now. One of the GT4s overtaken here. That's the 403 car. Currently in the hands of Glenn Selk in 24th place, 4th in class. He's got over a minute to make up for if he wants to step on that podium. Like I said, an hour and a half to go. Long time to make up ground. So it's always a thing that you can do in the GT4s. Currently 8 of them on the grid, 20 GT3s and 8 GT4s. And the GT4s are all driving their own races. You can see them on the track map on the right hand side of your screen. All the blue dots represent the GT4 cars. They're all fairly spread out on the track. There's a few that are close, but I don't think they are in any fights. They might be in their own race, just on a different lap. Creatine now looking ahead, trying to see if he can get a job done, a move done on Blaschke, who just went ahead as Creatine was in the pits. It's approaching the chicane now. Quick left, quick right over the curbs. The 105 car looking a bit more stable. Small defensive move there for the 114 Ferrari. GT4 getting out of the way nicely. And now it's a run towards the first turn. See if Blaschke can defend from Creatine, a driver that's been a few places up already. But this is all very, very close. Small mistake over the curbs, the outside line being thrown for Blaschke, and Creatine having the inside line and getting past completely after turn 2. Now into the exit of the arena, and the 105 car is all the way through. And we have Creatine on another charge with some clean air, and maybe that's going to give him the undercut on Martin Smith in 12th, still to pit. Remember, 2 more stops, 1 more stop now for the 105 car. It's Creatine. That's just taken quite a big number out of the lap times of Smith. If you look at the last lap times, it's a 1:54.9 for Creatine and a 1:56.6 for Smith. So we saw the difference in lap times when they were fighting each other, and the difference was a few tenths every single time. But now the gap's a little bit bigger, and Creatine has some free air, and suddenly the pace is unlocked. So the undercut might have been a strong choice here, as the 105 car goes chasing, and Wittig is currently under pressure. The 115 car in 15th CRT team is going to be looking in the mirrors and thinking, holy, he got quick. He got here very, very fast, as the previous lap is a difference of about 2 seconds. This lap, once again, another 2 seconds being taken out, and Creatine with these clean tires is absolutely on fire. You can look at the pace at 1:54.9, 54.8, and if you look from the back of Wittig's Mercedes, we see 56.1, 56.7, 56.7. So that's 4 seconds in the past 2 laps, and Anatoly Creatine is looking to make it even more. Meanwhile, Smith is gaining a tiny bit on Mayer, who's made a small mistake on this lap once again. So the pressure is on. Everyone is pushing quite hard. So Mayer in the Porsche holding on to 11th for now. But if Creatine really is doing this undercut strategy, it might be even less, and that's a big look for our number 105. There was a GT4 in the way. Creatine taking advantage of the slowdown that Wittig had, trying to get past the back markers. Looks like a small defensive shape there for the 115. The big change in lines here for Creatine, and this is a good run as he's got his car positioned on the inside. He's going to take a proper line here through the right hand. They're on their way towards the chicane, and they're sliding all around, changing lines and changing lanes. Creatine still behind the 115 car, no way to get past at this point, on their way to lap number 137. Maybe there's a look into turn 1. Creatine passing a GT4, the inside being locked by Wittig. The McLaren still behind. Good exit though. A little bit of a sharper turn. Will hold on to the outside. He's going to go the up and under. Was looking for it, but Wittig just a bit too quick. No way to get on through. So every single line that has been looked at by Anatoly Creatine has been blocked by Sasha Wittig for the last 2 laps, which has in turn slowed Creatine down to a 55.9, whereas Martin Smith in 12 is still holding a 55.8 to his name. Speaking of which, he has gone dangerously close now to Johannes Mayer. as Petrov is in the pits for his stop. Smith now looking for something, hasn't quite got it yet. The eyes back to Creatine, I suppose, for this fight for 15th place. Now remember, Creatine has stopped and needs this run, as Fodge is right behind him, and this is interfering with the leaders. If they don't make this up quickly, the quick right-hander here, they let Fodge go. Creatine having to look another day for his overtake. If he's lucky, Wittig gets a bit more slowdown than he got. He's holding up Fodge for now. Creatine aiming for that fast run out of the final corner, hoping that Wittig will let Fodge go into turn number 1. And this is what we're looking at right now. 3 cars in the middle of turn number 1. So Fodge will send it on the inside. Has got the turn down, but Wittig still holds on to the place. A little bit too sharp there. So slower on the exit. But still holding on to 15th is Sasha Wittig, with Creatine right behind him. So no change in positions. Both cars giving up a little bit of time to let the front runners pass. Pace difference negligible between the top 3, top 4, top 5 even. There's been little moments where the one gains and the other loses. It's all around the 55s. Watch now, 55.5 on the previous lap. That's of course no doubt by trying to pass these two drivers that are battling with each other. And otherwise 54.9 for Zehnder, 55.2 for Maniram in third. They all have 30 seconds to the next car. So it's a battle for the lead, but not really. I think this one is quite interesting. Creatine with a look on the inside, getting back onto the lane that he should be. GT4 being passed once more. Now it's a big open space. This Fodge will be right ahead of them. The pace difference a little bit too big. The outside line, more speed for the McLaren. Is this going to be a look into the chicane? Brakes a little bit earlier. Backs out of it. The Mercedes 115 car still stays ahead. But that is a close follow from the 105 car. And it is looking like there could be an opportunity into turn 1. Then again, the slipstream is not that strong, so I don't think he's going to make any such moves into the first turn. Not even a look, and he's just going to take as much space as he can. Wittig doesn't do so, and loses a little bit of ground. But the Mercedes still holding on. The car really liking the lines that Wittig is showing him. And Creatine taking a lot more space, and this is losing him a lot of time. 56.8 on the previous lap. Smith 56.5. Here's the overspeed. Small little tap to the rear, but Creatine really going for it now. He's done with it. Turn number 5. A quick left-hander, and Creatine is through. Up to 15th, and now it's clean air. 15 seconds that he has, and he's got to make it useful now. So that is position 15 gained. And now looking for the time. Looking for the clean air pace. As Blaschke has just gained time on these two. Last lap, just a few tenths quicker. Creatine is now unleashed. He's got a GT4 to buffer him up through the Schumacher S's. And he is doing a great job of clearing Wittig already. So that's a very nice job. Now he just has to use the pace to get up to the front and wait for these guys to make their stops. Mayer and Smith need to hold it on for a few minutes more in order to make the rest of the race in one more stop. So they can go for just over an hour, but that means they need 20 minutes more out of this stint to be able to make it fully through. Smith also in the Mercedes, the 113 car. Behind Mayer, the gap isn't quite close enough yet. They were within half a second just a few corners ago. Smith holding back now behind Mayer, 56s is the lap time. Creatine just finished a 55.8. This is going through the arena. So being unleashed after turn 4, he has put up the pace. He's quite a bit faster now. As Mayer Smith have both been running into the 56s. Creatine is going to be dropping the 55s. We can see on the map that the gap is already quite quick. He's currently heading down into the right-hander, down to the hairpin. Next car he's got ahead of him is the 409 in the GT4 class. And oh, it looks to be an incident between Blaschke and Wittig. Currently looking to recover. Smith is on his way to get an overtake done. Let's see, the 115 and the 114 car should be able to have a replay for you right here. Yellow flag. Start an incident. We can catch here a few flashes. Let's see if we can catch that. That's a big break, and that's Blaschke into the rear of Wittig. Both cars stationary, and Wittig now currently ahead of Blaschke once again. To no doubt got that position for I was gonna say for free. That is, of course, retaking the place. Sportsmanship is the name of the game here. Wittig losing more time on Creatine, which has put on a 54.1, which is on pace with Samir Foch in second, and even quicker. So Creatine holding a very, very fast lap. Of Smith is making himself known in the mirrors and even through the window. This takes the outside line and onto the inside, onto the back straight, and that's a position gained for Martin Smith, the 113 America United Racing, up to 10th place, and Mayer struggling to keep up. Wants to look for something, but just isn't there. Has to stay in 11th. That was handed to him after a good sequence of corners from Smith, putting the Mercedes in 10th place. So Creatine very, very fast on these tires, the new tires, doing him a good favor. Blaschke now in the range of some GT4, getting past the traffic, and now still behind Wittig. There we go. There should be one more car to pass. There we have it, alongside the 409. That is currently the hand of Florian Manziel, the 26th place. And the other car that we passed was the 402. That's Aaron Rains in 22nd. Second in class, and Manziel being, I think that's 6th in class. Blaschke has now lost a little bit of time, as Rovenko is to the wall. That's going to lose him some time. That should be Krillin right back up to him, and this is going to be close. That's Krillin on through, and Rovenko in the Honda. Can we see what happened with the number 117? Should be able to catch a quick replay here. This is Rovenko onto the curb. Look to be fine. Let's see what happens here. 117 car. Oh, over the curbs a little bit too wide. Has kept it out of the wall. Fortunately, the sand doing its job, but Rovenko losing a lot of time through the Schumacher S's, and then losing the spot to Krillin. Now some more interesting stuff happening between Mayer and Smith. Was that contact between the two? The 113 car. See if we catch that replay as well. Oh, that's the wrong. Oh, apologies. I hit trailer instead of replay. That's unfortunate. Smith here with a little bit of contact with Mayer. See Smith in the Mercedes, Mayer in the Porsche. And that's Robin. That's quite close. Space being given. Smith getting back out of there. So that is quite Well done. Whoops. Once more. Getting all my getting all my scenes mixed up. Apologies. Smith still close to Mayer. Knows he's got the pace. Just needs to get the overtake done. Needs to get past. Not able to do so for now. So Mayer holding on to 10th place. Mendes has caught up to this fight. So he is making this a three-way fight for 10th place as it stands. We still have, of course, some pit stops to make up for as well. And Cretin clear from the number 115 car by about 14.5 seconds now. Should be looking ahead, just under 10 seconds. We're on 9 now for Samael in 14th place. But then again, we've got a few seconds to Lopez and then another half a minute to this fight. That's where Cretin originally backed out of. That's a big switch to the inside there for Smith. Spotting that Mayer went wide for a GT4. Same corner once again. Is he going to get it done this time around though? No contact in this lap. Does hold it though, but there's still Mayer on the inside. The Porsche not giving up. Remember, Mendes is there in the McLaren to pick it all up if anything goes awry. And Smith with a small little rub to Mayer does get past in the end. And claims P10 as Mayer slows down now. And it's all up to Mendes to pick up the pieces of this fight. See if he can get a good exit. As we see Krillin in, Eraser in, we see Zaza in as well. Mayer now under attack from Mendes. Instantly from one to the other. Space not there. And Mendes keeping it behind. So a few more pits being made here, and from the looks of it, they might be able to carry it over towards the end of the race. So that would mean that Creatine would have a little splash and dash towards the end. I think everyone going in now has calculated that they will be able to finish the race on the current tire compound, and maybe even on fuel. Because the splash and dash will cost you a little bit of time. Pit lane not that long, so it should be advantageous for those wanting to take one tiny refuel. Moritz now into the pits. The 111 car in 9th, as this little fight is joining up on sector number 2. I believe Moritz will get away quite quickly. 111 car half lap ahead of this gaggle of cars. And we do see Baust in a little bit of trouble. Yellow flag being thrown out. That is the 120 car currently in last place of the GT3s, as Lopez has been overtaken by Samael. And the 118 car getting ahead of the 121. Now having a GT4 ahead. We saw this with Smith and with Mayer, who have gone in now. Mendes as well. So this will be poor position if Samuel and Lopez hold on to this. I think Samuel will actually take those places because he has stopped within the past 45 minutes. I should have one more stop in him, but there might be a splash and dash, meaning that he could be ahead coming out of the pits, as the 119, the 112 and the 113 currently stationary. Lopez, the 121 car, trying to make his way around, but that is not working at all, as Lopez is going in and Samuel will take these 3 positions as it gets darker and darker. Like John said, temperatures dropping, currently 18 degrees in the air, 18 degrees Celsius on the track. No rain, no weather being a part of all of this, as we see Manoram going slowly. There's a GT4 car right ahead of him, and some grass being touched as well, losing about 2 seconds in that final sector. That's going to be one of the back markers. That appears to be the 401 actually from Michael Mies in 21st, but first in class. So I want to get that up, no doubt. Lopez Wittig in the pits. And the Creatine currently in 11th. Has stopped a little bit earlier than the rest of the drivers around him. So did gain about 20 seconds over Mayer. Or over Smith. Even more. As Creatine is now 4 seconds behind Samael. Who has gone through already. Now just looking at the fight for 12th. The one that Creatine has escaped completely with this undercut, being 21 seconds ahead. And now giving the car over to Lorenz Wagner. The 112 being handed to Pereira. And Martin Smith holding on to the car for the final stint. Some new blood into the 112 and the 119 car. That's going to be a bit of an interesting one. Creatine and Smith will probably have a little bit more fatigue. The other cars having drivers that have sat out a bit more time. Smith is going to be looking in his rearview mirrors. What am I saying? The rearview mirrors, really the side mirrors at this point. As Pereira sends it into the chicane. That's a beautiful move by the 112 car. Currently up to 13th place and dropping Smith down to 14th. As Manoram is into the pits. See him enter in the back of the picture there. Pitting from 3rd place. So the midfield is all to play for. As Creatine now gets past, I think that's the 120 car of Baust in 20th. 2 laps behind Kosebek in 19th. There's 1 lap down on Creatine here. These fights that we've been looking at. 3 laps down on the leader. Currently on the lead lap, Zahender, Foch, Rovenko, and Manoram, who's currently in the pits. So we'll get lapped now as Zahender is just passed. So the top 3 currently on the lead lap, and everyone else should be right behind. As the 105 car getting dangerously close to the 118 of Samael. Foch into the pits. There we have him on the pit entry. Lost a lot of places, it seems, to Manoram and Mex. Don't know if that is a telemetry mistake or if that's truth, because there was a big gap between a few drivers. So we'll see what happens once he leaves the pit lane. Just over an hour remaining in this race as it gets darker and darker. 8 hours and 31 minutes currently is the local time. Will that also be my time? I'm unsure. It is very much also my time. These times lining up quite perfectly. Although I am not in Germany at the moment, it is looking a little bit darker outside my windows than it is on the racetrack. Which drivers be very happy with. So they can still see a little bit, but also happy that it's not the sundown that we saw a few hours ago in the race. Of course, starting 5 hours ago at 3 p.m. Around 3:30 p.m. we had the sundown happening in the Lense-Claire. If you go into turn 1, your visibility is absolutely gone. But now with your own lights, your own brake marker spotters, you have a bit more space as Zahender and Rovenko are into the pits. Rovenko currently towards the exit and Zahender just in the 101 car, still holding on to the lead. Foch has been reclaimed to P2 now, so it's like I said, it might be a telemetry issue with the drivers going for their stops this late in the race, and the software just not able to handle it. Creatine getting basically a free overtake on Samuel. That's very strange to see. But that's P10 for Creatine. He just had the pace, he got past. And Samuel not with the speed, will not make it into turn 1. That is Baust. Putting his nose, trying to unlap himself, but I don't think there's space or pace for that. That means that Creatine and Samuel are able to drive on through. Well, I say I don't think there's space for that, but Baust with a 155.7 is actually a few hundreds quicker than Creatine was on the previous lap. And granted, that included an overtake, but don't think that is... I don't think that was too much of a time loss on the overtake for Creatine. That's over a second already behind to the 118 car. So very much a highlight side there in the midfield battle. Currently 51 seconds behind Glatzel. The 111 car currently 9th place. He's definitely not able to get that overtake done. Smith still trailing Pereira a little bit longer, as we see Creatine having a small mistake as he's losing ground to the car ahead, and Samuel able to catch up quickly. It's the second lost. That's on this lap alone. And the top runners have all reverted back to their spaces, to the place that they should be, from the looks of it. And that means that everyone has done their stops, and this should be your running order towards the end. And it's going to be fight, fight, fight for this. Lucas Road taking hands on the 101 car, Zahender giving it over back to his teammate. 150 laps done. We should have about 30 laps to go. The 101 car solidly in first place. Semir Foch in second by about half a minute. Manoram in third by another half a minute. Max in fourth with, again, about 25-26 seconds. Rovenko in fifth with a few seconds. So there still is all to play for. But from first down to sixth, it's already almost a lap. Yeah, it's only one corner in between them. Road now into turn 1. But Vimozar, the PSR 107 car, just ahead of him. So that's first to sixth, still on the lead lap. And everyone behind that has already been lapped, but it is still quite plenty to play for as Glatzel is into the pits now. Creatine will gain some time on that, as the 111 car is currently in the pit entry. The gap about 40 seconds. 40 to 50 seconds. So that's quite difficult for Anatoly Creatine to make up. He's going to try it though. This is going to be his final stint. Same goes for Glatzel, so no more pits with anyone after they have made their stops. But Glatzel has gone for a quick splash and dash. Not a big pit stop. That actually looked like a drive-through, not a stop. So Glatzel with a drive-through penalty. It's going to drop him way further behind Andreas Knopf in the 110 car, currently holding 8th place. And yeah, that's a big time loss, actually, about 30 seconds. I spent 27 seconds into the pit lane, cross that in a few seconds more, so that's about 20 to 25 seconds time loss, giving Creatine another 25-second gain on the 111 car, currently in 9th place. So there are still plenty of fights for the next hour. Samuel 4 seconds behind Creatine. The gap has increased over the past few laps. Pereira has dropped Smith behind. That's about 3 seconds as well, down to 14th. And it looks like Pereira has got his eyes set on Wagner in 12th, the 119 car just ahead. So he will be looking for an overtake. But if they're not careful, Smith can join this fight. There he is in the back of the screen, just joining on the straight here. as the 119 car will be appearing right there in the Porsche, just ahead of this McLaren. On a quick lap, that is. Hopefully quick enough to keep the McLaren at bay. These are all still fighting for somewhere of the... I think around the top 10 should still be doable. If anything happens to Samuel or Creatine, top 10 definitely is still possible. Front runners now, Road put in a 1:53.8. Absolutely blasting every single lap time that we've seen so far. Getting quite quick out in front. Fudge 54.1. Manaram 55.1. Max has gotten a 1:54.0. Rovenko 54.3. Vimusar 55.0. It's gotten a small slowdown there. But these guys are all getting pretty quick after these stops. But Glatzel, the loss there of that the drive-through penalty, doesn't slow him down too much. So he has lost about 20 seconds from taking that penalty. But now, still in no one's land. He's got 100 seconds ahead of him. And about 25 seconds behind him. Should just have the clean air to get the pace, get it all settled, and back into the groove. It's Pereira now, the driver, on the attack. Just looking ahead at the Porsche, the 119 car of Wagner. Going through the arena, exiting now. A lot of curbs being taken. Wagner encountering some traffic. Appears to be one of the GT4s who was holding on to the inside line. That's a small little tap to the side of Wagner's car. And Pereira able to get through easily. So one of the Mercedes GT4s just having a little bit of interference with this fight, but that doesn't slow down Wagner too much. There's still half a second between these two. That appears to be the 408 car. That is Kusai, currently in last place of the GT4s. It's 8th. Now it's getting closer and closer for Pereira. Wagner looking back, seeing these headlines. There might be a flash coming in soon. That's a big slipstream. It might be possible here for Pereira to get the overtake done. The inside line being held by Wagner. Chicane coming up and has to back out surely. There he goes. To Pereira. Lifting off so much that he triggers a white flag in the system even. That's how much he had to back out of that. Had the overspeed obviously, but the outside line through the chicane, never one that you can send in. So top defense from Wagner. And not close enough to try anything and get into turn 1. So the Porsche staying ahead for now. Doing a good job on the defense. So that's a good exit. And Pereira trying to find the pace again. So that obviously looked like a mistake from Wagner somewhere in the middle, as Foch just puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:53.395. That's something you often see after 5 hours of racing, but he has done it just now. I think that's just a tenth or so down on the the fastest lap of the race before this. A Road has just done a 53.4. So that's 1/10 or half a tenth even of a gain. If we have about 30 laps left, then I don't think that Foch will get anywhere close to Road. That will be about 1.5 seconds towards the end. He needs about 30, so that is P2 pretty solid there for Summer Foch. Still a very, very good effort. I heard he qualified 23rd. I saw he qualified quite low. I didn't know the exact number, but John just mentioned it was 23rd. So that means that 23rd to 2nd, it's up 21 places. Still a feat to be proud of. The difference between first and second doesn't really matter in that point. You've done an amazing job. And Pereira has as well on the last few laps to gain on Wagner, but hasn't really come to fruition. after this little incident. Now Road fighting back on the fastest lap. Another 10th quicker than Fudge on the previous lap. A 1:53.297. That is almost a full 10th quicker. So Road, seeing that Fudge took away the fastest lap, instantly wanting to show his own hand and say, hey, I've got a few more tenths in me. Let me just send that through real quick. If anyone needs those tenths right now, it's Pereira. Still looking at the rear of that Porsche. Must have it memorized by now. Should be able to paint a full picture towards the end of this race. As we are under the 1 hour mark. We've officially had 5 hours of racing with 1 more to go. And there's also the difference between the drivers that are in teams like Road and Sahender, who have a shared 101 car. But Fudge, being the lonesome man in the 103 car, I cannot imagine what it feels like to do 6 hours solo. Must be absolutely grueling. No teammates to rely on. It's just you and yourself. Not a moment that you can grant yourself a little bit of a break. One of the important breaks that you need, of course, being the toilet break. I don't think Fudge is going to be waiting too long after crossing the line to make that one happen. 30 seconds is the gap ahead. Just losing more and more time on the previous laps, about 7 tenths on lap 155. Manaram losing another half a tenth again on Fudge on that lap. So I think it's quite settled down up in the front. Top 3 holding on quite well. Max with about the same pace as Panorama. So we're approaching another back marker. And Pereira being a little bit cheeky, getting the slipstream that he can. Doesn't grant him any favors though. As Wagner is still a little bit too far ahead. Doesn't go fully to the side. Gives the GT4 the room. And also, of course, shows himself in the mirror. That Wagner has to look at, has to cover, and has to think about every single corner. There's chances everywhere, but Wagner knows that if he gets the exit out of the long run properly and into the chicane, that means there's no such thing as an attack from Pereira. But 12th place still in the hands of the 119 car and the Porsche. Very much looking to hold on to it even longer. Creatine solidifying 10th place. So the top 10 finish being in his hands as Samuel triggers the white flag event. Showing that he has indeed slowed down a tiny bit. Losing about a second on this lap. Has gotten a slow lap the previous time as well. 1:58.1. It's about 2 seconds off from what these two lads are doing. If that keeps up, then they might be able to fight for P11 still. That's what I mean with the fact that the fight for P10 isn't over just yet. It's 10 seconds from Samuel to Creatine, who's on the same pace as Wagner and Pereira here. Still getting past some of the GT4 cars. 409 and 407. Currently the drivers being passed. That is 409, Hashmati in 27th, and Kitsune in the 407 car in 25th. They are currently 7th and 5th in class, respectively. I think we're granting Pereira a bit too much screen time here, but on the other hand, there's not really much going on elsewhere. Closest gap besides this, I believe, is currently for 4th place Ravenko, chasing down Mex. These gaps between Wagner and Pereira have dipped below the half a second quite often now, and they are still dropping below that half a second every now and then, so I don't want to miss this potential overtake that we can get. And here we have all the gaps between the drivers. Smith now being 5 seconds behind these two as well. Has actually set identical lap time to Pereira on the previous lap. So he's keeping up with the two cars out in front. So tempting to say Kardashians. But Smith trying to join this fight as well. Just over 5 seconds away for this little fight. And Wagner now gaining on Samael. There's also a bit of time. And Creatine also losing a bit of time. It's seeming more and more apparent that this fight for 10th place isn't over. And that back markers can still play a big role in what happens in terms of positions and overtakes. And pace as well. So we're counting down this darkening hour. Temperatures haven't really dropped anything else. So we get from pretty high temps now to lower ones quite quickly. But once the sun is down, of course, it doesn't change too much anymore. But we're looking at headlights as we have a big gap now to Wagner. Unsure what happened, but Wagner is out from the looks of it. I saw the gaps increase, and Wagner is absolutely out of this. Unsure where he's gone, but he doesn't appear to be on the timing table anymore. So that is 12th place. I believe that's that was the 119 car. Just absolutely vanished. They might be back soon. I don't know exactly what happened, but if this is a disconnection issue or mechanical issue, that's not something that can be fixed as quickly. And that will be race over after 5 long hours of racing. I can see if I can get some more info from the drivers. Maybe if anyone has said anything so far. There have been some names being called, some things being not names being called, but some names that have been saying some things about Porsches. But it's not the Porsche that I'm talking about, unfortunately. I think so. So I don't think anything has been done yet. So yeah, that is a race over for Wagner and the team. And Pereira now setting his sights up in front. Creatine has dropped into the pits. The nature of this track meaning that he's going to have to splash and dash probably in this stop. So he's stationary, getting serviced right now. And if you look on the minimap, see the 112 car of Pereira getting past. Now Creatine is not in 16th place as it stands. He's just dropping down from Pereira. He should be getting back up pretty soon. So Pereira is on through. Smith in the 113 car has gone through as well. I believe that Lopez, the 121 car, is still quite far behind, currently in Sector 2. Creatine will head out ahead in P13. And Samuel has gained P10. And Pereira is currently in 11th. So Creatine, after crossing this line, or the next timing line, should have some redemption here. Currently 17th as it stands. No words from Wagner at the moment. And there he goes up to 13th after crossing one of the timing lines for Creatine. So that's what happened with Watch as well on his pit stop. But that means that he's taken his last pit stop. Unfortunately, a long one, but he is looking to regain these 24 seconds that he is currently behind Smith. But that has a lot of time to make up for if you want to get back into the race. And currently, the smallest gap that we have is for 12th place. It's Smith gaining on Pereira, a second on the previous lap. So that is quite doable. But just with the space, it's going to take 5 more laps, and we have about enough. It's 24 laps, 25 laps to go still for the leaders of the race. Should be finishing around lap 180. Currently at lap 160 done for road. And that will be finishing on 185 for the 101 car. Maybe even 1 or 2 laps more. But your countdown to the race end. You have that as well. On top side of the screen, just under 48 minutes remaining, and Creatine has taken his final stop. That has dropped him down to 13th place, and it's all up to Smith now to gain on Pereira, who has been unleashed. Wagner out of the race, unfortunately. We've lost a few cars. I think there were about 33 or 35 at the start. I remember the 33 cars being on the grid, but 35 being registered for the race after qualifying has ended. So that is a small problem that Christian encountered at the start of the race. We currently have 27 drivers left on our race, and because we haven't really had the chance to show off the GT4 so far, I do want to give them all a little bit of screen time on their own while we have a bit of peace in the GT3s. Michael Mies in the 401 Call It Racing team, the Aston Martin, out in first by about 28 seconds, about as much as the road is ahead in the GT3s as well. So that is quite synchronized for the 2 leaders of each class. So Mies leading this race quite comfortably, only 8 laps behind the 120 car, and only 15 laps behind the leader, which is quite good, I should say, from the GT4s. Everyone else is still quite close as well. Now looking at second place, we have Aaron Rains in the Apex Predators racing team. In second place in class 402 car, Janetta. Also quite far ahead from the next car, which is Albert Wesker, currently just over 100 seconds back from Rains. So we have a yellow flag for one of the GT4 drivers. That is Heshmati, the 409 CRT car, currently in 7th in class. But going down the order, 100 seconds from Wesker up in front, but also from Selk. So Wesker has got the loneliest race at the moment, 100 seconds ahead of him and 100 seconds behind him for the Racehouse Esports 403 car, just outside of the podium. And we have Kitsune currently in the 407 car in P24 as Kobayashi. Shows the gap on a little bit differently. It's currently in the 410 car in 25th. Currently quite far behind. I don't think the gap is showing correctly. But is still ahead of Heshmati, currently in 26th. Then that's what we were looking at before as well. Small slowdown on the previous lap. And then we have Kusaini. It's shortened in the software. So Kusaini currently in the pits, 8th of the class and last on the grid. 27th overall, the 408 car into the pits for Team PWR. And Samael is into the pits as well. So that is another car into the pits. And that is an interesting one, because this is what John was talking about as well. The drivers just going into the box. And they're basically being forced for one more stop because of the drive time, probably. So the 118 car taking this stop, and then Pereira going on through up to 10th place. Like I said, this fight for 10th is far from over. Pereira going on through. We should have Smith go through as well just now. Creatine, the 105 car, is on the back of the track to the final corner, as it will be taking 12th place away from the 118 car. Either that, or we have another glitch going on where Samael is actually, in fact, in 9th place, but I don't think he is, because he held at 10th place for quite a long time. Smith has increased the gap now ahead by being a little bit slower. Pereira has put the pedal down, 55.9 against Smith's 55.8. Samuel now out of the pits, trying to see where he will end up after the timing lines have registered his car. Currently looking at Luca Blaschke, the 114 Strider Motorsport Ferrari. Have seen Blaschke be part of some of the racing, as I have just completely lost Blaschke once again. As it seems like I have lost connection to the server. So that's interesting. I have lost complete connection. I will be trying to reconnect in a second. If the server is still up, should still be up. I haven't seen anyone freak out yet. I will retry again. Hopefully it hasn't crashed. And indeed, it hasn't. Let me reconnect real quick and get you the screen once more. We should be back to the live right here. Timing tower should be on in just a second. There it is. Apologies for another inconvenient timing. We have a few technical issues here today, unfortunately. Server connections are never a happy thing. There was a little bit feisty, but with the next 41 minutes to go, hopefully everything will be smooth sailing from here. As I was saying, we're following Blaschke around as he's taking a little trip over the grass after the final chicane. Only had a few seconds to Lopez ahead, but we'll hold on to 15th for now, as the 114 car takes a bit of a detour and has the 1 and 2 car of Mex currently right behind. Doesn't want to impede at all, so we'll have to give up that space as well, increasing the gap to Lopez ahead, who is chasing down Petrov as it stands. We did just have a pit stop from what was that? Who was it that just stopped? Was it Petrov in 13th, the 118 car, and Cretin now in 12th, quite far behind what Smith and Pereira is doing. So Blaschke now getting out of the way of the 102 car. It's Max in 4th, just getting past. And Blaschke knows that he's still in the fight with Lopez ahead, so we'll be able to slot right in and maybe follow the leaders on through. It's a strategy that you can do. As Reigns has gone for a stop, the 402 GT4 car has gone in the pits and it's up to Wesker now. It's quite far away. The pit stop has been quite long already for Aaron Reigns. So the 402 still stationary. Is moving now again. Will be on the out as Selk is in. Same goes for Kobayashi. So this appears to be just the routine pit stops for their final runs, the final 40 minutes, as everyone else is settling into their final positions. Should have a few more swamps coming your way in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And after that, it might be the final run here. Quick look at Ivan Lopez. Currently, it's the 401 car of Michael Mies right alongside him. Lopez in the 121 car, currently holding 14th. And this is the interesting view because we have 6 seconds up ahead, but we also have 5.5 seconds behind Petrov and Blaschke in this fight with Lopez for 13th. As we should have about 20 laps remaining. It's going to be a hot second before we reach any of this. As Wagner has rejoined. So after a few laps, Wagner has come back. He's currently stationary in the pit lane and will be exiting about 5-6 laps behind the battle that he was in before. But the Strider Motorsport car is back onto the grid. Might opt to stay in the pits for the rest of the race just to spectate, but should have a chance to get back out if anything. We'll be having a very lonesome race for the final 40 minutes, but the opportunity is there. Lopez losing time on Petrov, the gap now 7 seconds. Meanwhile, Blaschke has gained half a second. So Lopez slowly falling further back into the hands of the 114 car. And the Ferrari chasing down P14 now. A bit more points on the board as well. It's going to be the most exciting look. If it gets within a few seconds, I might want to have a little look on the rear view mirror. Well, actually, it's a quite fun look already. So if we look a little bit further back, we currently have... Oh, well, actually, that's a yellow flag for Lucas Blaschke. And again at the chicane, we see a car go off. I believe it was Blaschke the last time around as well. So the 114 car not focused. No time gained, just instantly lost. The pace was quite good, but now lost another 7 seconds. Back up to 11 is the gap to Lopez. So he's basically been freed a little bit from the pressure. Now it's a whole other race for Lopez. If he gets the pace down, currently a second down of the previous lap on Petrov, which is obviously not a good thing. Still has the chance to do something. Max driver that we just saw pass Blaschke as well. He's got the chance to passing the 121 car as well here, as Lopez in 14th. But a small bit of contact, that should all be fine. Max currently has to look behind him because Rovenko in the 117 car is in 5th and just coming up to the same straight. So it's getting closer and closer. We'll have to overtake the 408 car of Kusai in 28th. But after that, yeah, the 121 car as well. But then he can get his sights set on that 4th place, which is also not solidified. The gap between the two, currently 5 seconds. Pace difference last lap, absolutely 0. Pace difference in this lap should be a bit bigger, as Rovenko is hovering around his personal best time, but Max setting in a 154.9 and Rovenko 154.425. That's half a second gained for Rovenko. Give him 10 laps and he should be here. Luckily we do have that time. So we might see a fight here for 4th place. Podium pretty much done for. Not any real changes you can make at this point. 54.1 for Road, 55.6 for Foch. But Meneram over half a minute away. 54.5 on the last lap. 54.9 for Max. 54.4 for Rovenko. That's all the closest that we're going to get now. After Blaschke making a mistake. And it's going back into the pits now. So that seems to be the 114 car in the box. Will be losing a place to the 115. Currently cycling on through that final turn. And the 116 on the back straight as it is. After the next 2 corners. So Blaschke now losing the place to Wittig. The 115 getting past on the pit straight. And Blaschke losing out. It's another minute from Wittig to Lopez. So doesn't seem real that anything can happen here. Does get out of the pits quite closely to Enderline in the 116. But doesn't seem to be any threat. Nope, that is not close to the 116 car. The 116 car currently around the final corner. That is just, once again, the telemetry just acting up a little bit. That's what happens when you don't join from the start of the race. When you get the reins handed over. Just over half an hour remaining in this 6-hour event. Meaning we only have half an hour remaining in this season. Once again, said this an hour ago as well. Thank you all so much for joining us. Like John said, 260,000 members. We just had the 250,000 event a few weeks ago, where we did some spa races and some big endurance stuff. Was able to commentate on the 250 kilometers of Spa. And we're now already at 260,000 members doing their laps, doing their races on the LFM platform. The best of the best currently of that platform driving around this track. Rovenko getting it a little bit more, 3/10 on the previous lap. It's the 117. Should be able to see him in the mirrors once we head to the back straight. No cars in between. The 121 of Lopez dropping back behind Petrov as well. So there's no shot of Lopez getting that position on the previous lap, losing about 8/10. And that doesn't give Wittig enough room, enough space to get the overtake. That's over a minute of a gap between those two. Meanwhile, Pereira getting the best out of this, currently in 10th place. So getting that top 10 finish. Smith is just over 11 seconds away, but also slower on the previous lap. So unfortunately not able to do anything either. And Max now having to look behind him, see if we can spot Rovenko in the rear view. There should be a little dot of light appearing out of the final corner once we approach turn 1. There we have him. There's the headlights of the 117 car in the hands of Viktor Rovenko. Currently passing the start-finish straight, and Max on his way to start lap 169. The 102 car holding on to 4th as is. Rovenko chasing down quite hard as they're approaching the end phase of the race. And I hope for the drivers that they can finish these stints completely without any issues. We did have Wagner holding on to the pits, as I believe that's Mayer now in the hands of the car. 155 laps completed, still a tremendous effort. But down in 20th they are now, and there they will stay. They'll just be looking to close out this race. The STR team looking on as their competitors are still driving. This is Strider Motorsport. There we have it. Currently the Porsche still in the pit lane, looking for someone else as looking for someone else to say. We should be able to see some movement here. That is Pereira into the pits. Has chosen to go for one more stop at the end here. Smith inheriting that 10th place, and there might be more stops coming in, so it might be getting close again. And on the strategy, Vimozar in the PSR, also in 6th. He's currently out of the pits. The 107 car out of the exit. Pereira holding on. Petrov has just passed. Lopez should be getting close as well. Is that the drop for the 119 car? Pereira is out of the pits now, but have they just dropped the car? No, they've picked it back up again. Never mind. I thought there might have been a little look there as Lopez just gets past Pereira here. That's for 13th place. Smith inheriting that 10th. Skriatin is now 6 seconds behind, and it's back to the original fight between the 113 and the 105. As these two are neck and neck. Lopez, small mistake into turn 3. And Pereira around the outside, taking the position back. That's 13th for the 112 car. And the 121 losing out on this. Had the tires up to temperature, but unfortunately not high enough, or not good enough on the brakes. The 112 car just able to zoom right on through in the hands of Daniel Pereira. It was just handed to Andre Castro. So Castro in the 112 car currently holding on to that place as Smith goes in once more. And Knopf as well in the 110s. The 110 and the 113 cars into the pits for the final 30 minutes. And this is the chaos that John was talking about. The more pits that we're going to see now, the more interesting it's going to be towards the end, because I'm unsure if Kriatin can finish the race under these conditions with these tires and with this fuel. So he has to figure out if he can make that. If he can, that would be great, because that's going to be P10 in his hands. Smith is currently out of the pit exit, and Petrov going to be quite close as we have a yellow flag. That's Glatzel into the pits. This is definitely the incident, the glitch that we saw happen. Glatzel is actually ahead of these guys in the 111 car. Should be coming out ahead of them as well. Eyes back to the battle at hand. Lopez now just passed a GT4 car and now looking ahead at Castro. The 112 car doing quite well, but the 121 just losing out on it. I don't think there's anything that Lopez can do at this point. Castro absolutely blazingly quick. So that is the 13th place. Should drop that back to 14th, as Glatzel is currently on the out of the pit. Once the Apex Predators Sim Racing AM crosses the timing line, they should have another place reinstated. Should go up to I think that's the 9th place. There we go, back up to 9th place they go. So that is a net position. They will not have to stop anymore. And our eyes are towards the 119 car that is currently... They already were in the pits. They still are. As that is Mayer, just got overtaken to Mies. As the 401 car, the GT4 lead, has just passed our GT3 car. But look at that. They're back out. The 119 car is back out. They just got overtaken by the lead of the GT4s, and they are now back out to defend their position, as Ivan Lopez in the 121 car goes into the pits, releasing Castro, who was doing a tremendous job of 55.4 on the previous lap, where Lopez has had a 2:58. This appears to be an incident as well. Stefan No, the 120 Apex Predator Sim Racing car, dropping back in the order. And I think the closest fight we have now is Michael Mies, who has gone past Lorenz Wagner and the 119 car while they were stationary in the pits. Pits now in the hands of a GT4 to defend from a GT3. And this is for position, so Mies is allowed to defend as much as he wants to. And it looks like Wagner just disappeared once again. So the 119 car off the face of the earth, not able to be spectated. And back out of the race from the looks of it. So interesting stuff happening. And obviously connection issues for the 119 car. Unsure if that is anything that can be changed. So we are unfortunately lost the 119 car. Lopez out of the pits, now right ahead of Sasha Wittig, the 115 CRT Call It Racing team. Mercedes quite consistent, 57.1, 57.4, 57.5 in the last 3 laps. A few more pits being handed out. Andre Castro currently in. Same goes for Kevin Manoram. From 3rd down to 4th as Rovenko takes over that 3rd place. And it's very strange to see pits happening this late into the race. So the 116 car is in as well. The 112 is in, which should appear out of the pits right around this battle. Castro is already on the way out. So that's a drive-through penalty for the 112 car. They haven't stopped. They have taken a penalty. Last time that happened with the Smith as well. And Manoram has taken the full stop, which opens up a little bit of room for Matiha Mex in 5th. The 102 car currently on the start-finish straight. The 104 in the arena, so there is still space for the 4th place to be lost. Wittig currently a second away from Lopez. Castro, with that drive-through penalty, is still quite far ahead. 112 as it stands at the end, the tail end of Sector 1. Well, these two cars are starting their laps. Lap number 170 for them, 174 for Lucas Road in the lead of the race. As it stands, the gap behind just increasing, 54.377 in the hands of the 101 car for the previous lap, which is over a second quicker than unfortunately in the 103. But he'll be holding on to second place as Ravenko is over a minute behind. So even with the pit stop, I don't think Foch is able to be overtaken by the 117 car. This little battle has been extended, as it looks like Vincent Missler is joining this fight. You can see him in the back there. Ivan Lopez just getting past a back marker, and the 114 car will be joining this little fight. It's the car that Blaschke had a few laps ago. A big flash there from Wittig during the GT4's I want to pass. And that succeeded quite well. There's Lopez just disappearing from view. And Wittig had his sights set up ahead. But with the pace of the 157.4, you obviously have to look out, because Missler with a 155.6, 1.8 seconds quicker. And they're having a little moment as Foch goes into the pits. And the telemetry being a little broken once again. He's not in 5th place, don't worry. We'll shoot up a few places more. Missler having a look on the inside, doesn't go for it. That's a really big deep send, and that is Missler off the track. Onto the grass, and should recover quite quickly, but that is some time loss here for Vincent Missler. Was looking for a P15 finish someplace. That's dropped back behind now. 10 laps remaining for everyone on the grid. Might be 11 actually from the looks of it. Depends on how Road is going to finish this lap, and if he's going to finish the next one as well. So Foch in the pits should be moving again soon, as Sven Freitag is getting past. And the same goes for the 113 car. So we're looking at I have been looking at Smith and Samir on the out as Ravenko shows into the pits as well. So it does look like Foch is still ahead. So the 117 car is into the pits. And in the meantime, Wittig isn't as fast anymore, because Mr. has caught up completely. It's now within 2 seconds again of the 115 car, while we've been monitoring all the cars that have gone through. Foch is showing to be in 1st place. We see Freitag dropping down to 5th. Road in 2nd now, entering the pits. Will reclaim 1st, of course. Road is at the moment ahead of Foch. So this is just telemetry messing up a little bit. Ravenko will shoot up again as well. Should be going up to 3rd place or 4th after he's crossed the timing line out of the pits. So don't trust the top bit of the standings. That's why it's got out a little bit already. Mr. now passing one of the GT4s, and that is Sasha Wittig right up ahead in 15th place. And there we can see Road into the pits. In P5 from the lead. That is definitely not the case. We'll shoot back up to 1st place after he's exited the pits. It's just a little quirk with the telemetry by going into the pits and having your timing line be inside of the pit lane, which just messes up the transponders a little bit. Also happens right here with Wittig and Missler appearing to have switched places momentarily, and they haven't. It's just transponder issues and a little bit of a timing thing in spectation mode. There goes Road back up to 1st place. So the top runners have all stopped in this final stage of the race. Road, Fonch, Manoram, Rovenko, Mex is your top 5 as it stands. Rovenko still about 7 seconds behind Manoram, so there is space for that podium to change. But the closest battle is the one that we have right here with Wittig, currently just under a second away from Missler. So the GT4 is being passed now. And Missler not missing this braking point. Missing this throttle point a little bit. That appeared to be a little bit difficult. Losing out on Wittig's exit now as they go through the Schumacher corners. And that corner, some of these drivers might know it as the Hamilton corner. That has a little bit of a sadder association to it. Something with a McLaren. Missler in prime position now for the final 15 minutes or 17 minutes of the race to gain a place on the 115 car, currently in 15th. Would be perfect to finish that way, but then again Missler might think that he'd claim P14 as a 114 car. Unfortunately not the case, so we will have this fight play out. A late break there for the 114 Strider Motorsport as Wittig has been chased down. The gap quite small. Slipstream being taken. Let's see if there's a defensive move for turn number 1. There is not. There's a small look, and there's the defensive move from Wittig. Maybe being pushed off of his balance. That's Missler sending it on through and getting the overtake done on Wittig. That's a perfect pressure executed and perfectly postured. I think it's a reactive move from Wittig in these final stages of the race. You have to be desperate. Just a tiny bit. But Missler doing a fantastic job and getting that overtake done on Wittig. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the 115 car. Or the 114 car. Absolutely amazing. What an overtake. That is one for the books. Into turn 1 as well. One of the danger zones that we have on this track. And Wittig is now looking at the rear of a Ferrari that he'd much rather admire from the rear view mirror. But alas, Vincent Missler being the happy man out of this battle. So the final bit of the race is going to be just finishing it, as Wittig is already losing some ground. And Missler knew he had the pace, he knew the numbers, random, and turned out he could get the overtake done. It's over 2 seconds now, back to Wittig. So no contest anymore for the rest of the race. What we are looking at though is a fight in the midfield. Fight, I should say. It's currently Petrov chasing down Smith. 7/10 taken out of the previous lap. Might be a few more on the next one as well. That's the fight for 11th place. Otherwise, there's a little battle as well for 3rd place. Once again, I do say battle, although it's not really looking like a battle. It's a 53-7 for Mex in 5th, 55-5 for Rovenko in 4th, and then 54-1 for Maniram in 3rd. So there is still a fight, but it's not looking too much like a fight. We have 14 minutes remaining, 7 laps. You need about a second a lap difference in pace to be able to make that overtake. Now, Mex does have over a second on the previous lap, but does he have that consistently? I'm not quite sure. We'll have to look at it in just a second after this lap concludes for them. But it's looking quite likely that these will be your finishing positions for the race. Even more so for the GT4s. This looks like Michael Mies will take the victory. Yeah, over a minute, so something you lose quite easily. So the 401 CRT, the Collett Racing team, will take the victory in about 14 minutes for the GT4s, followed by the 402 car and the 405 car to finish off the podium. Now, rounding off the laps are the guys out in front. Maniram just crossed the line with a 54.4 as an answer to the pace of the guys behind. Rovenko now with a 55.0. And the Mex is going to cross the line with a 53.8. That's 1.2 seconds on the previous lap. We have about 7 more laps and about 7 more seconds. So there might be a chance for Mex to take P4. P3 is basically done. Maniram has put down the throttle and is going to be taking home that third place. But Rovenko and Mex are going to have to fight it out to see who holds P4. And like we just saw with Missler and Wittig, it's not just about the pace. Like if you have the pace in your past, it's done, it's over. You get the place, you extend the lead. Currently almost 5 seconds now for Missler. But the problem is that you have to pass. And the 102 car currently in battle with one of the GT4s will get past and gain the spot. But he will have to gain another 6 seconds in these final 13 minutes in order to even catch Rovenko. And then he has to pass the Nasrall Racing Team. The number 117 Honda will be holding on to P4 as long as they can. And hopefully for them, Mex is going to have a little bit more trouble. But there's no back markers in between them. There's nothing to save Rovenko from the wrath of Mattia Mex. The 102 pushing it very, very hard on the previous lap. Gained 1.2 seconds. 53.8 currently, almost the fastest on the track. The title belongs to Fudge. As of now, 53.3. And Freitag in 6th. 53.8 as well on similar pace. So these three cars, the 103, the 102 and the 107, currently the fastest guys out on the track at the moment. And the gap's now down to 5 seconds. 5 more laps. And looks like Mex is going to chase that down, is going to look for something. In the meantime, a little bit further back, Missler has caught up to the rear of Lopez. There we see him, about 2 seconds away in the previous lap. He's gained about 2 seconds already. Might have been doing the same on this lap, but we can see him get closer and closer. This is the 114 car that just overtook Wittig in the 115 a few laps ago, as Zahender just drops in another fastest lap, 153.092. It's another 2/10 away from what happened before. You see the 112 and the 118 swapping places. Don't think that is real, because the 112 is currently the hairpin and the 118 is the back straight. So I don't think that's I don't think that's real. Previous lap, a 59.2 for Lopez and a 55.7 for Missler. So the 114 Ferrari really setting in the pace. Hopefully this fight will come earlier than the fight for 4th place, so we can watch both of them happen and unfold. For the pace difference and the consistency that Missler has had, should be getting close enough on this lap to get the overtake done. Well, Mex has got 4 laps to go before he even gets close to fighting Rovenko. But maybe Lopez has made a mistake on the previous laps and has now found the pace, found the rhythm, found the groove to keep the 114 car at bay. It is still possible to keep that behind, but Missler is one force to be reckoned with at this point. There they go, quite quickly through behind each other. It was a 1 and then 2. So just under 2 seconds is the gap between the two cars. Missler putting everything on everything as Mex still closing in the gap. Zahender not letting go of anything. Over half a minute away from Fudge, but still pushing to the absolute limit to gain that fastest lap of the race. Lap 180. We're in the final 10 minutes. Missler closing in the gap even more. It looks like Lopez has done a pretty fast lap this time around. Will hold Missler at bay. He's found the motivation that he needed. 55.4 on the previous lap, 55.2 for Missler. So that's 2/10 gained for the 114 car. Rovenko 54.8 and Mex a 53.6. That's 1.2 seconds gained for Mex. Rovenko being pushed to the limits because he has gone over them. Track limits being found by the 117 car. So that is unfortunate, as Mattia Mex will be closing in quite quickly. Missler still on the same gap that we saw before. Not really any big gains for the 114 car. Just chipping away a few tenths at a time. There's a back marker, one of the GT4s. Beholding the outside line. Indicators as well. And that is good sportsmanship. That is what we want to see. This is the absolute best that you can do. Indicate where you're going, staying out of the way. Because this is a fight for P14. That doesn't sound too impressive. But in the midfield standings, you've got as much point swing as you can get into the top 5. So if you're fighting for these positions, any single position matters. And of course, what I usually do is try to get as fast as possible, the best result as possible, and then worry about the standings. As a hand there. Doing the same thing, thinking about going as fast as possible, doing so, lowering the fastest lap time by just a little bit more. The question is, can he get into the 52s? I think they are playing maybe a minigame of that over the radio, saying, hey, maybe you can go a little bit faster. Maybe you can go a little bit faster. A teammate of mine used to do that. I'd get a very fast lap time, and he said, well, if only it was, and then insert the lap time 1/10 lower. So maybe Road is in this here saying, if only it was a 53.03. You know, it would have been a good lap. This is going to put it in a 53.03. And oh man, if only it was a 53.02. And slowly work their way down to into the 52.9s. Good teammateship there. Try to push each other to your limits in a little teasingly playful way. But Zen there, of course, the fastest man on the track at the moment. And not too far off though, as Forge is only 6 tenths behind. Max just over a second behind, but on the previous lap gained another second on Rovenko. Missler in the meantime hasn't gone anywhere on the previous lap. Actually dropped back 4 tenths from Lopez in 14th. So they are not really happy. Freitag in the 107 car behind just as well. The Porsche trying to get past, and maybe that's an opportunity for Missler to follow on through. There's about 3 laps remaining in this race. If we're lucky, we can maybe get a 4th lap. Zahen, they're currently in the final chicane. Should be able to pass the finish line with a few seconds remaining. That means that we will get 3 more laps completely in the next 5.5 minutes, because that's all it takes. And then we have one more fight towards the end. Missler, looking in the mirrors, seeing Sven Freitag, and having to release him while also passing a GT4. This is what multi-class racing is so much fun. You get to see all these different speeds all at once. Missler on the previous lap gained about a 10th. It's not going to be enough. And the 107 car are really looking to pass. Doesn't have anywhere to be. Doesn't want to be held up either. This might be an opportunity for Missler to slot in behind and follow the 107 car through. They have been on the pace. 54.8 on the previous lap. And if Missler holds on to that, he might be able to get a pass on Lopez. But in the meantime, Matija Mex from the Alpha Racing team has gotten within the 2 seconds of Victor Rovenko in the 117 car. And Victor is in. Rovenko is into the pits. And on the previous lap, he has crossed track limits. So will that be a drive-through? I'm unsure. But it does mean that Mex is released and up to 4th place, as Rovenko has gone into the pits. And he's still in the fast lane. That indicates a drive-through penalty. Might be just a bit too much on the pushing side for Rovenko. So taking this drive-through penalty unfortunately means that he's going to lose 4th place, not on a battle like I expected to be, but he's lost it on a penalty. And that is sour for the final 5 minutes of the race, gaining that penalty and having to serve it and losing your 4th place in that way. I can only imagine what the feeling is, as Creatine is also in. Creatine is in the pits. Is that a drive-through penalty as well? I don't think it is. But it might be the 113 car on the back straight now. So Creatine should be fine if it is a drive-through penalty. And it should be. The 105 currently being released once again. The 115 coming on through, but that is Wittig in 16th. Creatine out in 10th place. Smith in the 113 just crossing the start-finish line. So we'll get closer, but it's not close enough to do anything. And Anatoly Creatine, I told you, the fight for P10 is not over yet. And Creatine, the driver, to take that home at the end of this race. Absolutely amazing stuff from the 105 Team 32. Drive through towards the end, a little bit more unfortunate, but still. Should have a final lap coming in soon. It's all in the hands of Zehender. If you're Missler, gonna shoot a small little prayer up ahead to Sebastian Zehender in the 101 car. Please take one more lap. Please get within the lines, but I don't think it's time. I don't think he can. He slowed down over 2 seconds on the previous lap and done a 55.6 here. It's 2.5 seconds. That wouldn't have fit. It would not have fit, just barely not, between these two. So it's the final lap of this race, and Missler knows it. He's got one more try to get past Ivan Lopez in the 121 car. Missler in the 114, just over a second behind. And there is another car in the mix here from the looks of it. That car is a little bit further up ahead. The fight here for 14th, everything else is solidified. Nothing they can do. But Missler has got one last chance through the arena. Sector 1, halfway completed. No inroads gained. On pace currently for the fastest lap of their race. Not of the race, mind you. Lopez a little bit behind so far. Hasn't gotten anything to show for it. The gap hovering around that second, and it's closest for Missler now. It's going to be looking ahead, knowing that this is the final lap. The white flag will be out in just a moment's time. Everyone knows that Zehender can't reach the finish line in time. So that will be the final lap. Quite close once again for Missler. This GT4 car that jumps out of the way. Suboptimal line for Missler as he misses the entry of the S's. GT4, one more. Flashing from Missler, trying to flash to get out of the way, but that leaves no space for Missler to go on through. The GT4 not seeing the signals, thinking I'm too far ahead still. And that is going to be frustration for Missler as he loses out on his opportunity. But Sebastian Zehender with a Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia. 101 car taking the victory. Sebastian Zehender and Lucas Rode for the 6 hours of the Nürburgring, our final round of our championship. Everyone slotting in behind will have their positions secured, and Missler losing out on it, 2 seconds down on this lap. Unfortunately not able to take it. Frustration behind the wheel of the 114 car, unable to take that place. But the 103 car of Samir Fonch taking home second place from 23rd on the grid. LFM content creator car crossing the line quite neatly, and Kevin Manaram in the close quarter racing 104 Bentley on the podium for third place. We'll round out the top 3 steps of today's event. We should have some interviews with the top runners. We'll take a quick screenshot of the standings so we can have a little look at all of this. In the meantime, we will look at Michael Mees, our winner of the GT4 class, the 401 car from the Call It Racing team, taking the victory in the GT4 class. Tom Winch having second place in the 402 car, Apex Predators Racing Team Janetta. And Marcelo Ponetta just rounding out the final chicane. Now in the 405 Mercedes from the ACC team, taking home the final podium spot of the GT4s, and that is our race completely concluded. Final drivers crossing the line for the checkered flag, but your victory belongs to Sebastian Zender in the 101 car SimRC Endurance by Barmenia. And that leaves us with only a few things to do, and I think one of those things is our interviews. Gonna mute the music real quick because I do want the let's see if I can get that all running. If you give me just 1 minute. You know what? I'll turn the music back on. I will turn the music back on. There we go. I'm going to get the interviews all ready. See if we can get some for our race winners. We can hop into the casting booth. See if anyone wants to join us for an interview after this long event. We do have the standings here. Sebastian Zender in first place, taking the victory. Fodge in second place, and Kevin Manoram in third. Michael Mies taking the victory of the GT4 Tom Winch in second, and Marcelo Panetta in third. We should be able to have them in the booth. There's no one in the waiting room. That means that I should probably wrap this all up if they don't join. I'll start with the wrap up, and if they join, I'll drag them in. They might just be finishing off talking with their teammates to be going to the interview. If you are watching and you know the drivers on the podium, please send them my way. I tell them to go into the interview waiting room while I do the final roundup. So that concludes the 6 hours of the Nürburgring, our final event for week 12 of season 19. I've been Olaf, aka Wops Racing. You can find me on my socials at Wops Racing on practically everywhere, or my website wopsracing.com. You can find LFM, of course, on lowfuelmotorsport.com, Lowfuel Motorsport on Twitch, Lowfuel Motorsport on YouTube as well. German, English, and Spanish broadcasts all being covered by all of our talented crew and cast, and of course being managed by Chris, who does a lot of the German broadcast. Not here today, unfortunately, but Chris, big mega shout out for organizing all of this, getting this all ready, and making sure that everyone can race and it can all be broadcasted in time. Yeah, big thanks to the LFN staff for letting me close this one off for the season. Big thanks for organizing everything. It's been an amazing journey so far. I've been here for only a few seasons, but I'm very, very excited to jump on to season 20. It's going to be a very, very beautiful one, and I can't wait what they have in store for us for next season. So, if you want to join us, all this racing that you've seen for the past 12 weeks, maybe you've been watching for longer and you've been just deciding, am I going to get into this? Please do. We've got over 250,000 members already, and you want signing up every single day. If you want to be part of this amazing racing and maybe even be featured on the broadcast in the future, climb your way up the ladders, go to lowfuelmotorsport.com, sign up, join the races, get practicing. You've got lots of stats if you like data like me, you can have lots of stats from every single car that you drive, the lap times that you do per season. You can watch drivers here live on lowfuelmotorsport.com, on the Twitch and on the YouTube, to see them drive and maybe learn something from it. Absolutely amazing. Staff and crew, very good community as well, so you can join us at any time. And that being said, this has been season 19 of Low Fuel Motorsport, and I will see you in the next season. Good night.